have a right to be at the front row. I'd request the director, the surgeon, and I don't see all they sit. Yeah, please come and take the front seat. Dr. Felix, you are at an international level. Please come forward. Thank you. I welcome all those who have just graduated with their PhDs recently. Please stand up for recognition. Yes, the PhDs. Yeah, thank you for coming. Now you're mentors. They were grilling you last years, but now you are now mentors. So you're going to know how to grill better now that you've gone through the journey. Yes, let me invite Dr. Fred Kagwa to join me over here. In my culture, you're called the Bagole. You're still the Bagole, so you don't just move around. You have to be careful so they don't mess you around. Dr. Fred is going to give us an opening prayer. Let's rise for the prayer.
Okay, shall we humble ourselves for a prayer? Almighty God, we want to thank you for this morning. We want to thank you for the third Supervisors and Mentors workshop. We pray that you guide us, may you lead us, and may you give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, even as we deliberate on the different aspects of mentorship. Give us wisdom. Let us learn, let us unlearn what we knew. Let us be open to learn new things. We give you glory and honor. In your name we pray.
Once again, I welcome you back home. In a special way, we welcome back Professor David Barnsberg, a person who has been with us for the last 25 years in Bara University of Science and Technology. We don't take that for granted. We welcome back Professor Jessica, who has made Bara University her home. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause. They do add an international feel to our conferences and give us insights of what happens to, in and from within the developed countries, coming to a less developed country like Uganda. We appreciate your support and guidance in everything that we do. Ladies and gentlemen, I would love that before the people get to speak to you, they get to know who is in the audience and who is there. The salutation is Professor David Barnsberg. Before us, we have heads of department. Please stand up for recognition. Heads of department. Heads of department, yes. Across all faculties in Bara University, we have the heads of department. We do have our sponsors. We're just the hosts. People from MGH, please stand up for recognition. MGH? MGH? Really? MGH? Okay, they are working behind the scenes. I would not hesitate. Yes. We do have our sister universities around, and among these we have Bishop Stewart University. Please stand up for recognition. We do have our partners from international universities. And I would love to know which universities these are. Please, if you're from an international university, please stand up for recognition. And I would request the communication crew to pass on the microphones and we get to know who these persons are. Yes, we'll start over there. There's a microphone over there. Oh. Yes, I trust your voice, but I'm trusting that this gentleman is faster than that. Yes. Your university and your designation there and your name. I'll request you to do that again. The microphone is not on. Sorry.
How is that? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, hi, greetings. My name is Lynn Matthews. I'm a professor of medicine at Yale University in the United States, and I have loved working with my colleagues here at MUS since 2011, so thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please. Any other? You looked international on that table, so thank you so much. And with us also, we do have our visiting mentors who are from MOOPS but yet to join us. With us here, we're going to look at more of mentors. How do we handle mentors? How should a mentor respond? Where should the mentor go when they are broken by their students? Who helps the mentor? Who else can talk about this other than someone who has been a mentor for so many years? She has taken the stage at international level as a mentor. She has been a dean. She has taken stages of mentorship, and she has won different recognitions as a mentor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Associate Professor Gertrude Chiwanuka, who is from the Faculty of Medicine and the brain behind the mentors. Please clap for her. Mentors and mentees.
Thank you very much, Angela, for your kind introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's a wonderful moment for us to be here this morning. I know this is a busy week. Some of us have already been involved in several meetings. And as you are aware, all these meetings are to enable us as an institution to develop capacity, especially for the members of staff. And for today, it's for the academic members of staff who are involved in mentoring and in supervising students. So I've already been introduced, and I also want to acknowledge the presence of the visitors, especially the visitors from the US. It's a great privilege for me and for the Faculty of Medicine to be receiving Professor David Bangsberg again, receiving Jessica and others who are not yet here in the room. But you are warmly welcome. You are warmly welcome, just like what Angela has said. As you may have already realized, I am stepping in the big shoes of the Vice Chancellor of Mbara University of Science and Technology, Professor Pauline Biachika Chiwika, who unfortunately is unable to be with us. But I also grabbed the moment to, to say a word or two to us. I have been in MUST for quite some time. I joined this university as a pioneer postgraduate student in 1992. So I've had the privilege, of seeing this university grow. I have really seen the university come from a baby university in the country, in the region, to where we are. And I've had the privilege to serve the university in different capacities. So from being a postgraduate student to an assistant lecturer to where I am, I'm not taking it for granted. And all along the way, I have had the privilege of being supported by so many individuals, locally, but also internationally. So I have really come to appreciate mentoring. Maybe I've not really been very privileged to receive mentoring from the individuals around, but I have been mentored especially by the professors and other individuals that I was privileged to work under, to where I am now. So I don't want to talk about myself, but I just want to open up today. First of all, I want to thank the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training. Thank you so very much for realizing that mentoring is the way to go. Thank you for realizing that it's not enough for us to just talk about mentoring. It's not enough for us to say that, yes, mentoring is good, and that maybe every student, every postgraduate student or undergraduate student really needs to have someone who works with them, helps them to develop alongside learning, so that eventually there is professional development. Because we can talk and talk and talk, but if there is no room for individual development so that we actually do the training of those whom we want to mentor others, then it becomes very difficult for us to achieve our goals. So some of you have been around, you've actually realized that over the years, maybe right from MEPI, Mesau, we've been talking about mentoring. And then there was Moti with Professor Celestino Lobua, and some of us, we jumped onto that. And so as an institution, we've been privileged to get those grants from the NIH, different kinds of grants. And many of those grants, they have had this component of mentoring. And so there are individuals who have mentored, and most of these mentors have been mentors from the US, and to be very specific, from Massachusetts General Hospital. So we appreciate the work that they have done. But we have come to a point where we need to institutionalize mentoring. I know I've not really been privileged to have a mentor from MGH, but I have had a mentor from, actually 2 mentors from Case Western Reserve University, and also from Leipzig University in Germany. And I have tested sweet mentoring. I have tested what it means to be in a mentoring relationship. And so when I and Dr. Francis and other collaborators in the US, when we thought about what is it that we can do in Barra University of Science and Technology, when we thought about a training program, one of the elements that we thought needed to be strengthened was mentoring. But even then, we were doing it as a program, and I believe that several of us who are in this room, we have been privileged to attend some of the trainings that we have offered, formal trainings. But you know, it's like throwing a stone maybe in a pool of water, and you are doing it and you don't even know what is really coming out of this. But for us to sit here the third time in a meeting like this, something being organized by the institution, it is a big step in the right direction. So as an institution, for us to have a vice chancellor who is giving it her very best, giving us the push, assuring us that the institution really wants to formalize mentoring, institutionalize mentoring, developing the capacity of mentors such that the mentees start enjoying that relationship is a big plus for this institution. And I want to thank the sponsors. I want to thank Jessica. The work that you have done over the years speaks for itself. We thank you for the mentees whom you have carried on your shoulders. And they are not just mentees, but now they are mentors. And I know that even those that they are mentoring very soon will also become mentors. Because basically that is the heart of mentorship. For this senior person to take the hand of a junior or less experienced individual, give them space to learn, not tell them what to do, but provide that fertile environment for them to learn, for them to develop, and for them to grow, for them to fly, because indeed that is what we want to do. So I look at this program and I realize that we have a very rich menu today. It's really detailed, and I don't want to preempt any of the things that are going to be said, but I just want to once again to welcome us and to wish you the very best as we listen to these experienced speakers, both local but also international speakers. So we are going to begin with leadership in mentorship. And we are going to receive that keynote address from none other, that we are going to receive mentoring, a mentor from none other but Professor David Bangsberg. On, today is Wednesday, on Monday, we were in this very place, and I listened to Professor David Bangsberg giving us the history of how he came to Mbarara. I know at the time when he came to Mbarara, I was still the head of department of biochemistry. And I heard much about Professor David Bangsberg, mostly from the then Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayanja. And of course, we are hearing about HIV work that he was involved in with Dr. Muyindike. I never rubbed shoulders with Professor David Bangsberg. And at the time when I became dean, he had left. But I got the opportunity to read some of the things that he had done. So today, we are going to listen to someone who has been, he's been with us, or he was with us. He's been a mentor, he's still a mentor. He's been involved in leadership at different stages. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor David Bangsberg to take us on in the very, very first presentation in this third Research Supervisors and Mentors workshop organized by our DRIGT with the support from MGH. Thank you very much for listening to me, and Professor David Bangsberg, you are welcome. So let me also take this opportunity to officially open this workshop, since I'm doing it on the behalf of the Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much. And Professor David, you are welcome.
Thank you, Dean Gertrude. Oops. Well, let me first start off by saying how wonderful it is to be back at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. This, my very first visit was in July of, I think, 2000, and came every month for 16 years through July of 2016. And I had no idea I would be away for so long. And it was strange. It was very unsettling to have a community of academics and clinicians so close to you and working so closely with on a regular basis, and all of a sudden to stop. And I had to stop because my institution had to focus on other things. But it was with a heavy heart that I stopped coming to Mbarara. And so it is with a big, glowing heart that is swelling, almost ready to burst, to be back here now with all of you, and especially to see the success that you have all have accomplished in terms of growing in manuscripts, growing in grants, seeing the Must investigators leading their own NIH grants. It is truly, truly extraordinary. And it was with a little bit of pride when I saw the presentation comparing Must's success with the rest of sub-Saharan Africa in terms of what the investigators are doing. And then to compare Must's success in NIH grants with not so well known university in Kampala. What is that university name called? I forget. Maca something or other? But congratulations on your success, and so nice to be back here to celebrate it. What I would like to do is I have a talk today and a talk on Friday, and I would like to share a talk today on how to break a career down into very simple steps and how to pursue those steps every day. And this was a talk I developed for the first time when I was promoted to professor at Harvard Medical School and then Harvard School of Public Health. And I thought, how the heck did this happen? So I went back and sort of broke it down into easy steps. Do you need some help? Okay. Can you just hook this up to the screen or hook my computer up? Oh, the file is probably too big. Can you just... I should have done this. Okay. What? Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yes, please. So what I'd like to do is break down how you build a research career such that you could become a full professor at any university into small, simple steps that I believe that anyone can do. And these steps basically boil down to writing one paragraph a day. Who can do that? Who can write one paragraph a day? Come on, you can all write one paragraph a day. And making a friend, a professional friend, to support you and you support them along their path. And that's all that is necessary. Next slide, please. And so I'll talk about your paragraphs and how to assemble paragraphs into a paper and how to define your academic research niche, your area of expertise, which is so critical. And then we'll talk about the people and some of the people that make it possible. Here I am, very first paper, David Bangsberg, first author is very important, was very, very proud, but getting this paper published was a bit of a challenge. Next slide. Here's the anonymous review that came back. First, it sounded pretty positive. Well-designed observational study with important implications for infection control, nosocomial tuberculosis transmission for healthcare workers and patients. Oh, this is positive. The reviewer liked it. Next slide. Then the second paragraph. I recommend the author find an editor whose first language is English. English is my only language. I showed the paper to the draft manuscript to my new mentor, Andrew Moss, who had been a scientific editor, among other things. And he read it, he says, "Damn it, David, your prose is tortured. You can't write to save your life." Let's meet, and first I'll teach you how to write a sentence. And once I teach you how to write a sentence, then we'll work our way up to a paragraph. And he did, and I learned how to write a sentence, a paragraph, and turn paragraphs into manuscripts and also into grants. And that was 510 papers ago. So next I'd like to turn to finding your niche. This is what I call the Bangsberg career funnel. This is important in terms of defining your area of expertise and what you will be known for. And the most important part of this niche is the very bottom. The very bottom here. This has to be as narrow as possible. This is the breadth of your expertise. And this needs to be as narrow as possible at the very, very beginning of your career. And as your career goes up, it progresses, your niche, your area of expertise broadens out. And I'll explain how and why that happens. People, whether they're reviewing your grants, reviewing your papers for publication, or reviewing you for a job, a promotion, or a new position, they will talk about, they'll look at your CV, look at your papers, and once you have 3 to 5 papers in an area, they'll say, so-and-so has a strong interest. For me, it was HIV treatment adherence and drug resistance. A strong interest, promising. But it's important that these 3 to 5 papers all tie into the same thing. If you publish 5 papers on 5 entirely different topics, no one's going to notice. But if you publish the first 3 to 5 papers on a topic and define an area, lots of people will notice, and you'll get their attention. And then as you get to publish 20 papers, they will say that you have a strong track record in this area. And as you publish, it starts to broaden because you take on slightly new topics, but you still want them all tied and as narrow as possible. Then as you get to publish 50 papers, people will start to describe you as an expert. We'll invite you to international conferences to give presentations and give you even more exposure. And then when you publish 100, people will start to describe you as an opinion leader. The world's best opinion leader on such and such and such. And as you make it up this funnel and develop these words that people will describe your career, you also get a bit more forgiveness in terms of paper reviews and grants reviews. People are more inclined to either accept your paper or fund your grant. And so this process gets easier as you work your way up this funnel. These are also associated with benchmarks for being eligible or competitive for certain grants. In the US, we had a K-23, which is a training award. Here, it's a D-43, right? D-43 Fogarty Award. For you to apply D-43 Fogarty Award, and reviewers on your study section to recommend funding, they're going to want to see that you have a strong interest and emerging track record in a very defined topic. And as you work your way up, as you get 20 or so papers and define your track record, then you can apply for more competitive grants, NIH grants, called the RO Independent Investigator, RO1. And I understand Esther Adakunda has her first RO1. Congratulations on your successful track record. Second? Second? Oh my gosh. All right, well, we're on our way to expert. Because once you're an expert, that's your second or third R1. All right, well done. And I had a perfect score. Oh my gosh, I'm blushing. And then as you get 100 papers and become an opinion leader, then you start, this is the next step, apply for program project grants or center grants to fund a whole program. And you have to get through each of these steps. You can't get here without going through here. So you got to start here, 3 to 5 papers in your interest to define your interest. Then your track record, develop your become an expert, and eventually opinion leader. And this also, if you were at Harvard and many other universities, this is what people will use to assess your eligibility for promotion. So at Harvard, you may be an instructor at this point, 20 papers promoted to assistant professor, 50 associate professor, and 100 full professor. So these are the classic academic benchmarks with respect to promotion at some of the world's best universities. So how do you find your niche? I think there's 2 strategies that I've seen successful. One is the intersection between 2 areas. For me, it was HIV treatment adherence, how people with HIV take their medications, and drug resistance, and how that adherence translates to drug resistance. I would go, and I published the first 3 to 5 papers, the first 3 to 5 papers and the first 7, 8 papers in the field on this area. And I would go to international conferences on treatment adherence conferences, is to write 1 paragraph, maybe 2, maybe 3, but at least 1 paragraph. Who here can write a paragraph in an hour? I think you all can. I can't. 1 paragraph in 2 hours. And do it 6 days a week. Take Sunday off. There's 18 paragraphs per manuscript. That means you can get a draft of a manuscript done in 3 weeks. And then once you get that first draft done, you're going to send it to your mentor, your co-authors, and you're going to circulate it, and it's going to take another 3 to 4 weeks for them to provide comments, make suggestions, and for you to incorporate their comments. So it takes about 2 months from the time you write your first paragraph to the time you have your draft ready for submission. And so if it takes 8 weeks, you can write 6 manuscripts a year. 2 hours a day, 1 paragraph per day. 6 days a week, a couple weeks off to do nothing. And that's 6 manuscripts a year. 2 of those won't work out. You can get 4 manuscripts per year. What do you do to make this more efficient? Well, as you're collecting data, a lot of people think, oh, I gotta collect all my data, finish my study before I start writing. But no, you can start writing that manuscript before you have your data. You can start with your introduction and your methods and write those while you're still collecting your data. If you are working on an idea, you might consider, usually opinion papers, they don't count as much as data-driven papers, but if you have a new idea that you want to get out there and pose it to the world, you might be able to write an opinion paper while you're collecting data. One of my first opinion papers was looking at HIV treatment, new HIV treatment called protease inhibitors in the homeless. And we were writing the grants, assembling the data. We had this idea, so we put that opinion out there, what would be the challenges with such an approach. We were able to publish that in JAMA, so at least that got us recognized as someone in this area. You want to, while you're collecting the data, you want to prepare your tables and figures, because you want to know if you can prepare what your tables for the manuscript data, that's going to prevent you from going to your statistician and asking them to do 100 different analyses. It's so much fun. Once you have your data, you want to look at this, you want to look at that, you want to look at this, and you can spend all your time analyzing, and be terribly inefficient. But if you write your ghost tables or figures, you can say, okay, these are the analyses I want to do, and work with a statistician. So when the data is ready, they go straight to the table. Okay, that's the steps. 1 paragraph a day, 6 days a week, 50 weeks a month. But the other, that's not the most important ingredient. The most important ingredient is the people you do this with. This is my mentor, Andrew Moss. Andrew Moss is sort of a, he is a brilliant curmudgeon who taught me a few important things. Andrew said, he was an epidemiologist, and he said, get out of the office and go meet the people and see what's happening. Find the people who are most suffering, the most at risk, and be there with them to learn what's really going on. He was the first epidemiologist to describe HIV in San Francisco, described it in a population of gay men, met each individual participant, each person, and was able to help figure out that HIV was transmitted sexually. And people who were homeless or marginally housed, so we went into homeless shelters, we went into free meal food lines, and made trusting relationships and did the work. So he taught me to get out of the office. And he also, as I mentioned before, taught me how to write. Jessica Haber, you know well. She told the story yesterday. We lived across the street from each other. Our families were raising kids, and we just started chatting. And I said, oh, we're treatment adherence. That's interesting, yeah. And how many years ago was that? A long time. And here we are today. Norma Ware. Norma Ware, this is someone, she's a qualitative ethnographer. And very different expertise than me. And we started doing work here in Amber, found higher levels of treatment to HIV therapy, some of the highest levels reported, but that was quantitative epidemiology, but it had quantitative behavioral science. We had a number. We didn't know what that number meant. So we invited Norma Ware out to help us design a study to understand why people were doing so well, under what circumstances. And she did, and that has been one of our most successful papers by bringing Norma in to explain why. And I love, this is a paper on pre-exposure prophylaxis, and my biggest contribution to the title, our contribution paper was coming up with the title. It was all about, we found that a loving, supportive relationship was critical to supporting treatment adherence of pre-exposure prophylaxis. And I came up with the title, is What Does Love Got to Do with It? Channeling Tina Turner. You know the song? The other person, Steve Safran, a behavioral scientist, clinical psychologist. I don't know really what my expertise is, but it's more quantitative, more medical. And Steve and I co-mentored most of the people you see here from abroad, and we basically brought our different areas of expertise together with a group of junior faculty and postdocs, and we always did a working project. And because we all had different areas of expertise but interested in the same thing, they became very lively, very productive discussions. So find that co-mentor with a different area of expertise and create that community. So here in summary, build a career one paragraph and one friend at a time. Find your mentor. Find your mentor. Find your niche. Write one paragraph a day. Make great friends along the way, like the ones I've made here at Must. And let me finish with that. That's basically how it's done. But let me finish with a quote of Steve Hyman. I mentioned this the other day, but it's worth mentioning again. When I was being recruited to Harvard, my last meeting was with Steve Hyman, and Steve Hyman said, what do I get you to say yes to this recruitment, come to Harvard? I said, will you come to Embroara with me? He said, yes, absolutely, I will. I'd love to. He came once, and he came, not only once, he came twice. He came to Embroara. He met with Vice Chancellor Kayanja twice and gave a couple seminars, and the second time he brought his family out. And so I asked Steve, what is the most important thing you learned as a leader? And he says, as doctors and scientists, we should be proud of the patients we've comforted, healed, and the knowledge we discovered. But the thing that's more important than that is to teach, to mentor, to teach somebody how to heal or how to discover, because the hundreds of people you teach to heal and discover will accomplish so much more good in the world than anyone can individually. But the most important of all, the best thing we can do in our lives is to help build institutions that teach people, train people how to heal, how to discover, generation after generation after generation after generation. Because if you can do that, you've created the most durable good. And that's what Embroara University of Science Technology is a great institution that teaches people how to heal and how to discover for generations after generations. So to congratulate you all on your success, I look forward to continue to follow your success. Thank you.
Wow, a round of applause to David. That's great. Very, 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 very inspiring. If you used to hear about the one paragraph a day, I think, Simon, it's possible. PhD students here, your hands up. Great, yes, nice, wow. One paragraph a day. Great, thank you. It's really great, it's very inspiring. Very, very inspiring. Right, we are going to get into the next session. And Without wasting time, I would call upon Jessica, right? Yep, Jessica and Tom, and the team is here. So I don't know how you're going to do it, but sure, you can take on the floor. Get into, yeah. Is James Kachoncho here or not here? If he's not here, those that are here will do it. Great.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Fred. This is mentorship. So when you look at the seniors, I think from the team, they saw me as someone who needs mentorship. And they decided to give me this chance to present on behalf of the members. I'm called Tom Ogwang. These are my co-presenters. This is Jessica, and Esther is here. James, we don't know where you are, but we are 4. So what we are supposed to present this morning to you is about mentorship styles and techniques. I've seen a number of PhDs here, those who graduated, those who are still students, but I've also seen we are supervisors. So this message is meant for both students, supervisors, and those who completed. Okay, we start by the basics. There are 2 things here. When you look at this is a rock. And I think this is a person, I think this is a person. It's going to be very participatory because I'm talking to my seniors, but also the mentees. When you look at this, what comes to your mind? This is a rock. I suppose this is a person. This is also a person. What comes to your mind? Yes? Someone needs help. The one below. Yes? The other one is trying to help the other colleague come up. Another one? The upper one is willing to help, bending to pull the person. That's very. The last one from a lady now. Yes, Dr. Prudence. You see the rock representing a hurdle somewhere. You're all very right. This is what we're talking about. You need to be willing to help. When you reach up there, don't say I've arrived. You find your level. I don't know. You also find how to climb there. You need to have the willingness to help. That's 1. 2, the person here, you must also demonstrate that you need to be helped by putting up. But when you're just there, please help me. And for me, I'm up there. I will say, please, can you try to help yourself before I can help you? So the interpretation here is very important. So let's go to the basic. How do you define mentorship? Because we're talking about mentorship. And from this, the answers they have given can help us to start on this next question, which is, how do you define mentorship? Very fast, Dr. Wendo, how do you define mentorship? In your faculty, when you look at us, we are under you. How do you define mentorship?
The way I look at it is, because we have been talking about supervision and mentorship,
Yes.
all these words, but maybe if I look at it in a broader term that encompasses also supervision, like bringing up this person who is less experienced to some level. Just have been listening in that picture.
Bringing someone with less experience to a certain level. That's my colleagues, you have to move around. This is a participatory class, so when I call your name, you have to respond because I have to give marks. Otherwise, at the end of the day, most of my students under my supervision, you need to be attentive. I see some of you on phones. Okay, that's Dr. Wendo. Another person, how do you define mentorship? Yes, Dr. Reverend Mukundane is a graduate from our faculty. Can we
Yeah.
clap for him? Yes. In the process of supervision, if you are to define mentorship today, how would you define it?
I'll use the example of the Bible,
Yes.
which says that as iron sharpens iron, so man sharpens man. So as you are trying to help this person, you are trying to sharpen him to come to the level where he's intending to reach.
Sharpening someone to a certain level where he intends to reach. Very good. Another person, quick, we have 1 hour and we're going to use this 1 hour that way. Dr. Speciosa, then I go to the next person at the back there. Yes.
Thank you very much. I want to combine Dr. Wendell's and Dr. Mukundane's submission. As you sharpen and as you supervise, you should have the capacity and capability to do it.
Very good. You cannot supervise, you cannot help when you don't have the capacity. Like this rock here. If you are there and you also find you are weak, you might all end up going where? Down. So you must have the capability and capacity to help the person who needs the help. Last one, yes.
Yeah, basically the same thing. I wanted to say, giving what you have to someone else.
Giving what you have to someone else. Thank you very much, members. So let's go to the next question here. Who is a mentor? These are some of the things that we came up with as a team, but maybe you'll agree with us or disagree or add certain things. One, we are saying a mentor, since we are in supervision, we are starting with this. That a mentor is a supervisor. Based on the definition that we're given, based on the interpretation of this person who is pulling one from down, we are saying a mentor is supposed to be a supervisor. And as Dr. Spey has said, as a supervisor, you need to know that subject matter. I think this is what Professor David was talking about here. The subject matter. Do you know what it takes in that subject area before you can mentor someone? Or you're all going to be, that's why you see the supervisor saying, but I also don't know, maybe you go and read. But we are saying you need to have some knowledge as a supervisor than the mentee. We can also say a mentor is a coach. Those of you who watch football, you see coaches, even great players like Ronaldo and Messi and what, they are supposed to listen to their coach. Which means to teach a person of Ronaldo's stature, you need to have been someone who also played at some point. You just can't come from nowhere and start being a coach when you have never played. Peter, am I telling the truth? I'm right. Thank you for accepting that. So as a mentor, we expect you to be a coach. We expect you to be an advisor. You're supposed to advise your students. You're supposed to advise your staff. We have so many problems, by the way. We are doing PhDs not because we have nothing to do. We have other commitments that we have. So what advice can you give to someone who contested in the primaries and failed, but is doing a PhD? Or what advice can you give to someone who contested for primaries in the NRM or NOOP and passed and is very excited? What advice can you give to such a person? So as a mentor, you need to act as an advisor. A teacher, what's the difference between a teacher and a supervisor? Teacher, as a teacher, Catherine, yes, I know all of you, almost, so no hiding. Whether you sit at the back there, I'm seeing you. What's the difference between a teacher and a supervisor in your understanding? Let Valens repeat that. Yes. Is that what you said? Okay. Okay. So we are saying as a mentor, at some point you're a teacher, and we are saying you can't teach what you don't know. Right? And that's why we have specialization, we have economists, we have doctors, we have when Reverend was giving, Dr. Reverend was giving his definition, he made reference to the Bible. That means that is his area of specialty. Not so? So as a teacher, we consider to be a mentor. A mentor is also someone who guides. Guidance is, when we are mentoring you, we are guiding you. You can decide, this is, Professor Marisa is not here, but he says, as a supervisor, I'm a guide, I'm a co-driver. You know where to go, but I will tell you, if you want to go to Kampala, you take this route. Don't take this route. This route could be a longer one, but it's safer than the short one, which is not safe. So we guide as mentors. We are supposed to guide, not decide the final destination where the student would like to go. We also think as a mentor, you're a consultant. And that's why we say you're a consultant. A consultant is someone who has got much knowledge, much experience in that particular subject area. If you're going to do auditing, if you're going to whatever, recently we went for competence-based training, and they brought for us consultants. They knew. I think I've seen Professor Ledger around. He's a consultant as far as competence-based learning is concerned. So we had to listen to him because he has more knowledge in that particular area. We are saying mentor is also a manager. What do you manage when it comes to supervision? Or when it comes to responsibilities? DRGT manages grants, manages, you're a manager. There's many people that you are managing under you, but those people needs to be given guidance. They need to be coached. They need to be advised. Several things which falls under there. Most importantly, as a mentor, you're supposed to be a counselor. The example I was giving, that we have so many problems. As we go along with our studies, we have family obligations. We have political obligations. We have church-related obligations. So, can we counsel our mentees? As a mentor, do you have that heart of finding time outside business to counsel people? As a dean, you know I'm going through hell. Do you have time to identify that within your staff, someone needs counseling? So it's not just about work, or supervision, but also having the skills and ability to know that so-and-so needs some counseling. The last thing here, based on our discussion, we said a mentor is supposed to be a role model. You are not only going to be a good supervisor, and we're going to talk about this in the subsequent slides, when you're not a role model. A role model in terms of time management. A role model in terms of ethics. We are teaching students about ethics or ethics or what, but you're doing other things which are not good. A role model in terms of guiding your students or guiding the people under you on how to behave in society. That's what I mean by a role model. So we went into the next question. How does mentorship relate to our professional roles? How does mentorship relate to our professional roles? Yesterday there was a doctor, what I saw you, yes, I forget your name again. Doctor, yes. Yeah, yesterday I asked the question, what's the difference between supervisor, supervision, and mentorship? I was seated with you, I didn't answer that. But maybe can you give him a microphone to enlighten those who are not here yesterday? When you asked what's the difference between a mentor or mentorship and supervision, what came to your mind when you asked that question?
Thank you. I was told I'll get answers today.
So you're waiting to get answers?
Yes.
Okay.
But I asked that question because I think where we work, we tend to confuse the two.
Yeah.
And in my department, it is more of people look at it as supervision. There's limited mentorship. That's
Okay.
why I asked the question.
Okay. Yeah, someone wants to respond to that. We said it's going to be participatory. We're using our time. Don't worry. It's our time. We have 1 hour, so we know how to manage it. Yes.
Thank you for this opportunity. Maybe I would like to answer this question on the...
Can you tell us your names and where you come from?
I am
so that-
Preeti. I am from Faculty of Science, Department of Education. I am a PhD student there at MUST. So I want to answer this question, like a mentor can fit to the academic roles, that professional roles, which a mentor can be a coach, a mentor can be a supervisor, but a vice versa is not always true. Your coach, your counselor, your guide, the teachers, they can't be always your mentor. There is a difference between supervisor and mentor. Like supervisor guide you on your academic front, like what work you are doing, what type of, like, what is the mistake in the papers you're writing or the research you're doing. But a mentor can take you through the hurdles other than that also, which may hamper your academic work.
Okay.
Thank you, I submit.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that contribution. My colleagues will come in, but we are saying professional roles. As a supervisor, I have my clear duties that I'm supposed to perform. I'm supposed to look through your work, give you comments, and that is it. I think so. But mentorship goes beyond that. Mentorship will look at some of the things that we are talking about. You go an extra mile to provide additional services to your student beyond your professional obligations. I think, Jessica, am I right? You know, I'm also being mentored. I could be misleading this audience, but can you tell me whether that's right?
You're
Based
right.
on what I've said? I'm right?
I agree.
Oh, you agree. Thank you very much. Thank you for the mentorship. Esther, before I come to Dr. Sister, you take a mic to Sister there, but Dr. Esther? I thought you were saying something before you give her the chance.
Oh, I agree with you.
You agree with me. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, Doctor.
Yes, thank you very much, Doctor. I also would like to add a definition to what you have already given, which is beautiful. A supervisor to be someone who challenges someone to grow, because some of us may not be having the initiative to move from our comfort zone, so we need that challenger who challenges you to read, to do this and that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Wendo?
I really look at mentorship as a very long-term kind of guidance on the professional development of this person you're mentoring.
Okay.
But supervision is really task-oriented.
Yeah.
So supervision is really task-oriented and it's timely or something like that.
Okay. This is a very bright class. Yes, Samuel Opono. Yes. Is that Samuel? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Samuel.
I just want to kind of ask the question. Can I summarize that supervision is formal and mentorship is more informal?
Jessica, would you want to respond to that?
That's a really good question. And we spent some time yesterday talking about how to incorporate mentorship into the professional lives that we have and at the institutional level. So is it formal, is it informal? It can depend, but I think the more formal it is, the more that we make it part of what we do and not an extra. You mentioned, Tom, going the extra mile. We'll get to this a little bit more later today as we talk through what it really means to be a committed mentor. But when you're asking for the extra mile, and you ask for it again, and you ask for it again, and again, there are only so many miles each one of us can go. So what we are hoping to do, in addition to thinking about how we as individuals can be good mentors, how do we make it part of who we are in our professional lives? And some of that is up to us. And some of that is up to our institutions. And speaking with department heads, speaking with university leadership, thinking about other organizations, how can we make that one and the same so that there is a formal role of being a mentor? There already is a formal role of supervision typically, right, for theses and other degrees, things like that. So it's a simple question, but very insightful, and one I think we need to dwell on a little bit today, and hopefully as we go forward. Did that help?
Yeah. Maybe Simon, just to add to that is that mentorship is more, I would say it's non-formal in a way that if I'm doing my supervision and I'm doing a good job, I'm not obliged beyond that. I would say so, my interpretation. But in mentorship, you're combining supervision plus these additional things that we are talking about. And that is what we are saying we should all, okay, Prof, you want to interject? There's a mic.
The mic should work right in front of you.
The floor is yours. Madam VC.
Yes, thank you very much. I agree with what you are saying, but I just want to just add to what Preeti said, the PhD student, that a mentor does not always have to be a supervisor. It's good to have a mentor who is both doing mentoring and supervision. But you can be a supervisor. I think what you are talking about, you can be a supervisor without being a mentor. But you don't always have to do both of them. I just want to add maybe to the ongoing discussion how to define mentorship. I just want to add on two things. I'm looking at supervision as something that is task-oriented, whereas mentoring has so much to do with professional development as the goal. So I can have a mentor who is not my supervisor and is maybe helping me to develop skill in grant writing. And that person is my mentor, but they are not supervising me. So that's what I just wanted to add to the ongoing discussion, because then mentoring helps an individual to change their trajectory from just accomplishing something, maybe completing their research, to professional development or career development. And it is really rooted in relationships, which supervision may not. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think the point he's making here is that we should broaden. When I was starting this, I said we are narrowing it to supervision, but need to broaden it. I think that's the message, that we need to broaden mentorship beyond supervision, student relationship. Thank you very much, Prof. So we are saying how mentoring relationships differ from other academic disciplines. I think this is what Dr. Wendell started with, and we said it's a long term. Mentorship is long term. I think as Prof has already put it, that beyond supervision of 3 years for PhDs or 2 years for masters, what next? Mentorship goes beyond that. We know of our students who completed long time ago, but they still keep following us. They keep putting their hand down for us to lift them up. So we're saying, as Prof was saying, it's about promoting professional development over time. It's a long-term thing. The second thing is it's dynamic, that changing as the mentees advances. You see now, the relationship I had with Dr. Mukundane and Dr. Reverend Sister, it has changed now, or it's changing. The other time it was, doctor signed for me here, doctor signed. But now when they come, it's something different. They want recommendations, they want my advice, maybe on grant writing or something like that. It changes over time. The third thing is that it's supposed to benefit both. Mentorship. We're saying the mentor and the mentee. what is the benefit from the relationship between the two? I think David already talked about publications there. If I'm going to put my time on work which is not now academic, because you are done with your PhD, like Reverend Mukundane, you might want to publish some of your papers, and you need my input. I'm not your supervisor. I think this is now where Prof's point come in. But you need my input. You feel I need to work with Ogwang. Then the only benefit I will get from that is that we are going to be co-authors. You are the first author, I'm the second author. So this is what I mean by reciprocal benefit. Active. The other difference is we are saying as mentees, you need to be very active. It is not a passive relationship that once the mentor tells you this, that's what you have to follow. You also need to be active. The other day I was having a discussion with my student, and he's just seated here. JB, can you just wave your hand for recognition? JB is one of my PhD students. And we are talking, he will be presenting here, I think, tomorrow. And we are talking about problem statement. And I told him, why don't we start it the other way? He said, no. When you put like that, it's going to lose the meaning. And for the first time, I was like, it's okay, because I saw what he was talking about, and it made sense. So we're saying you need to have a very active mentee, that a mentee can decide also on the pathway where we want to go. The last thing here, and this is where there's a very big difference, as opposed to an obligation of supervision that we're talking about, mentorship is more to do with voluntary. I can volunteer to mentor you, but I don't volunteer to supervise you. When I assign you students, you have to supervise them, right? So you have to supervise them. It is not a voluntary thing. It's part of your work. But mentorship is voluntary, because we don't pay you for it. We don't say, this salary is for mentoring. Yesterday, Esther was talking about we're establishing a mentorship center. Prof, was that the thing? Yeah, maybe when we reach there, maybe, I don't know the contents, maybe we'll start saying, okay, when you mentor for 2 hours, you are paid this money. But as far as I know, for now, it is supposed to be voluntary. That is the difference. So the question here is,
Tom, can I interrupt one second?
Yes.
Just a couple of points to make. I think this is a very good definition of mentorship, and I really appreciate everyone's viewpoints on how you're seeing it, because it is different for different people at different times. But I just want to highlight some of that reciprocal nature of benefiting both the mentor and the mentee. Clearly, mentees are getting the support with papers and grants and that sort of thing, but I think many of the mentors in the room are here today because you care about it and you find deep meaning in what you're doing as mentors. And that ties in very nicely with the altruism in terms of what brought you here, what brings you to those relationships. But as I was saying before, I'm hoping that this can become more and more a part of what you do, so that the altruism, the joy, the benefit can really thrive, so you don't feel like there's a competition with the many other things that you have to do. So there's a lot to consider as mentors, there's a lot to consider as mentees, and hopefully as we talk today, you'll feel more skilled and as you figure out how you want to do this. But one thing that I hope you leave today with is knowing that mentorship is a great source of joy. And sometimes when we're really tired and we've been really busy, it's just, we think about the things we have to do. But I hope you see mentorship as something that you get to do, because it really is something that fills your tank, that gives you the energy and the drive to continue and to see the joy that can come out of that joint relationship with your mentees or the many mentees that you're supporting. Back to you.
Dr. Grace, you want to add something? You interject. This is a group assignment. At the back there, you want to add something on what we have said? Esther?
Thank you very much. Probably having heard what people have said, I was looking at the very first slide that you shared with us on possibly who a mentor is. And there was a mentor as a guide, a mentor as a counselor, and then there was a mentor as a manager. Now, going by what you are saying here, I think the supervisor is a manager. And the mentor in this case becomes the leader, because the mentor, I think, has to have some form of vision, has to be very fluid in terms of how they handle the student, whereas a supervisor is basically trying to implement the policy of how to supervise the student. So I don't think in this case a mentor is a manager. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Esther, you want to respond to that? Or we? Esther, you want to respond to this?
I didn't really get that. I think the point was that you may or may not be managing something, and I think it really just depends. And the many options that Tom went over and that you've all been discussing, I think are potential roles that could be or could not be part of a specific relationship. But I think the primary point is to consider how many other things a mentor can do beyond supervision, which I think is really the core role that most of us start with as we engage with students and potential mentees.
Okay. Okay, let's proceed and we look at scope of mentoring. When we talk of scope of mentoring here, we are looking at the career functions, we're looking at the personal functions. Under career, this is what we are looking at. We are looking at a number of things. And under personal here, we are talking about these activities. So Jessica, you want to highlight a few of this? Then I go to the next. When you talk about scope of mentoring, as far as career functions are concerned?
I think we could actually, I know we have a lot more we want to get to, and we unfortunately only have about 15 more minutes. Okay. So I think we've kind of covered a lot of the different things you can do as a mentor. I think we can probably go on.
Okay. So we're talking about mentoring content areas. When we talk about mentoring, the traditional ones, these are the areas, these are the things we're talking about. Research skills. So under research skills, we're talking about your knowledgeability as far as research methods is concerned. Our focus is more to do with research today, much as we need to broaden this discussion outside this, but we are prepared for this. We're also talking about ethics and these ethical clearances as a mentor. It's our responsibility to make sure that we make sure that our students really fulfill all these requirements. There's no shortcut about this. We're also talking about manuscript writing and publication, grant. So all these are things that we need to be considering when we are mentoring our students. These were traditional. We call it traditional in the sense that we have something different, what we are calling things which we do not learn from school. This one, we learned them from school. This one's there because the budget, career goals, we learn these ones. But these ones below, we are saying we do not learn them from schools. And they're very important in as far as mentoring is concerned. Time management and maximizing productivity. You have said, you have had a paragraph a day. That has struck me so much. How many of us follow this? The other day we were in office, Wendell telling me, Tom, write this, Tom, write. You are there in office from 8 up to around 6, 7, but you have not had time to write a paragraph a day. So I think that is very important for us. We have seen that in a year, you have 4 papers. But sometimes, and this is where Professor Vatwal is going to roast some of us, that we get the money and we cannot have the paper in a year. The problem is that we don't have time, but we have been told, can you allocate 2 hours to yourselves, or 3 hours, or 1 hour a day, where you don't allow any student to come in, don't allow even your boss to disturb you? They know that this time is for Guam. Is it possible for us to, so that we have this publication? I don't see why we fail in 1 year to really have publications. So we're talking about time management. Time management here is about you to manage your own time, but also with your mentee. And this is where we have issues. I'm always quarreling with my colleagues in my department that we're not having time for our students, the PhD students, and masters, and even bachelors. Actually, they know that that one comes 30 minutes late in class. You make an appointment, someone doesn't turn up on time. But this also applies to you students. That sometimes you make us sit and wait for you. And this is where the narrative comes in, I have other things to do. Because we have waited for you, and you have not come on your time. So we need to manage time. As supervisors, when you tell your student we are meeting at 10, let it be 10. And you, the student, you need to be there early enough. This is what we are talking about. Navigating work-life balance. I think there's a topic which will be talking about some of these things. But dissemination strategies, I think this is something very important. Peter, what is happening? Dissemination strategies. This is the point here. The PhDs and supervisors, what strategies have you developed as a group or as a team to make sure that what you have done goes beyond? And I think we thank the RGT for this because they will be presenting tomorrow. So we're talking about mentorship, stroke or supervision in a team, in a university setting. Yeah, so we are looking at all these areas that in the mentorship process, we're looking at 3 main areas. 1, we're looking at research mentor. 2, we're looking at research co-mentors. 3, we're looking at external career mentors. And I think Prof talked about this. But what we are saying here is that a research mentor is this one with like the top tie up there. He has the knowledge about the subject matter, as opposed to the second one here where we are talking about co-mentorship, where you have an experts from different fields. And this is what we have been doing with some of the colleagues. Professor Grace is here, she's from Faculty of Science. I'm doing some research with her from Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. We are co-supervising, I think, 2 students. That is what we are calling co-mentorship. And then the external career mentor. This is where we are seeking knowledge from outside these 2. But the main point here is that sometimes it works well, but sometimes it doesn't, depending on how you navigate it. This is still the same thing which I've just been talking about, that you have this mentor here is mentor from the same research discipline, like Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, but here you have where you have colleagues from different specialization, and you're working together. So the question here, which is very important to all of us, is what are the attributes of a good mentor?
So, Tom, if I could just interrupt on that last point. One of the main reasons we wanted to emphasize this is that when you have a team of mentors, as those mentors, you should also work with each other. When he mentioned that sometimes it works really well, it may just be that way, that everybody is aligned in their goals and expectations and the way you proceed with your mentee. But sometimes there are some differences, and that can put the mentee in a kind of tricky spot. And because of power hierarchies and things like that, it's important that there's at least a periodic meeting among all the mentors, maybe once a year, maybe every 6 months, just to make sure that you're not confusing things by having too many cooks in the kitchen. But in general, I think that rich environment of having multiple disciplines together, of having someone who maybe is outside of the politics of supervision, that can be very helpful for the mentee to grow.
Thank you, Jessa. A quick one from each table, one point. I start with this table. The attributes of a good mentor. What do you see as the attribute, just one from each table, attribute of a good mentor? You have been, yes.
Availability.
Availability. Thank you very much. Next table, availability. As a mentor, you must be available to your mentees. Jessica, give that. Okay, let's follow this. You people, I'm talking to you, this table here. Actually, Professor Joel, you are there.
Should be knowledgeable.
Knowledgeable. Attribute of a good mentor. You must have the knowledge.
Supportive attitude.
Supportive attitude. Support your students, support your mentee. You're leaving that table there? Yeah. Eh? Oh, I just wanted one per table, but since it's a reverend and it's a doctor, let's give him the chance. Reverend.
You should have empathy.
Empathy. Very good. Have some understanding about your mentee and have empathy on what he or she is going through. Let's go to the other side.
Patience.
Should be accessible to the student.
Accessibility to the student. The student should be accessing where? Home or office? That is also very important because we have had cases where supervisors are saying, find me at my place, at my kafunda. And we think that is not maybe professionally right. Professor Batwala will tell us that. Yes.
Yeah, I was mentioning that the mentor may need to be patient with the mentee.
Patient with the mentee. Because our level of knowledge is different. We look at things different. As someone who is already on top of that rock, you know how the rock is. You know what it took you to reach there. But the person who's down doesn't know. So can you have some bit of patience? Let's say this is trash. We have seen this come up in some discussion. Say, that work is trash. That student is weak. No, you have to be patient with these people. Yes.
Yes.
Recent graduate. Yes, doctor. Yeah. You didn't invite me for the party, but it's okay.
Thank you, doctor.
Yes.
A good mentor should have integrity.
Integrity. Very important. As a good mentor, you need to have good integrity. Let's go to the bad. Okay, the bad ones, we turn the other side. Not so? In the interest of time. Let's have, but that corner there, patience. I'm talking about a good mentor. I don't know whether I'm good or bad.
Dr. Tom.
This is the opportunity for you to eat me indirectly. Yes, Dr. Wedo.
Approachable.
Approachable. You need to be approachable as a mentor. Okay, last one on this table.
Yeah, thank you. A good mentor should also be challenging. He should give tasks to the learner to push you there, and then you come with ideas.
Challenging. This is what Reverend was talking about. Who was talking about the metal? Yeah, sharpening. Yeah, challenging. Yeah. Yes, last on this.
A good mentor should be available.
A good mentor should be available. Availability. You need to be available to your students. Yes.
A good mentor should be a counselor, the mentee.
Counselor?
The mentee.
To the mentee. Very good. Preference, do you have something to say? Or you give to Maureen? Maureen, and then... Okay. Yes, Maureen.
Thank you. A good mentor should be a good listener.
A good listener. Okay, we can leave it at that. I pose one question to you. Okay, last on that.
For me, a good mentor should be a facilitator, not as a competitor. He should not compete. He should facilitate you to grow.
Should not compete, but should facilitate. The question that I ask ourselves, I know you are mentors at whatever level. Not supervision, could be work, could be home, could be... Do you have these attributes that you have been telling us here? Do you have them? Are you available? Are you patient? Do you have them? That's the question. You answer it inside you. If they are all correct, you clap for yourself inside you, not out here, inside you. If you think you are lacking them, go back and pray. And we have 3 reverends inside the house here, all with PhD. God will hear that prayers very fast. Okay, we are not going to the bad one now. We want to look at the mentees. We're talking about mentors, but you, the mentees, you, the PhD students, what attributes do we need from you to help you? We already talked about this when we were climbing that rock. So the question here is, for this mentorship to work, what is the mentality of the mentees that we are talking about? What do we need to see in these mentees? Now this is from the supervisors, I think. Yes. Let's start from there. That table, yes. Let's start
I
with
can
him.
start. So a good mentee should be really focused.
Really focused. A good mentee. You need to know where you are going. You need to have a purpose in life.
Yeah,
Yes?
thank you. So a good mentee should be eager to learn.
Eager to learn. That is point number 2 before
Yeah,
I come to you.
A good mentee should be proactive.
A good mentee should be proactive. Proactive. Following the times, following your supervisor. Make a phone call. If I'm not responded, maybe there's something which held me. You be proactive. Yes.
Yeah, a good mentee should be self-driven.
Self-driven.
Yeah.
Enthusiastic.
Yes. You need to be enthusiastic.
To be,
know what you want. Yes.
to be a good mentor, you need to set a clear set of goals and be more than willing to learn.
Be more than willing to learn. That's the mentee.
Yeah.
The one who is being mentored. You should be more than willing to learn. Yes, last one on that.
Maybe as a mentee, you should be having positive mindset. Like you don't take any comments from your mentor as negative always.
Positive mindset.
Yes.
Very good. Positive mindset. Mindset is very important. But that table there has been very inactive. That one of patience here. Patience, you know what we can do. Yes.
Thank you for remembering us in this
Yes.
corner.
No, you didn't put up your hand. I was provoking you and you could not say anything. Okay.
Okay, a mentee should be self-motivated.
Self-motivated.
Yes.
All these messages, we are sending them to the PhD students. Patience, last on this.
As a mentee, I should be open to learning.
Be open to learning. Open to new knowledge.
Yeah.
Because you are in this relationship and the assumption is that you are lacking something, you need guidance. So the question again I pose to you is, as someone who wants to be mentored, do you possess these qualifications? We need to run because we have another activity at the end of this. But what we are saying is, which we have already said, the bottom line of all this is that mentees must be proactive. In this process of climbing the rock, you need to be proactive. If you see that this part here where you're putting the leg seems to be slippery, try to find another spot where your leg can hold the rock and you climb up. Because for me, I'm up. I don't know the bottom of the rock, how it looks like. So you need to be proactive. That's the point we're making. Let's go to our last point here. Jessica, do you want us to go on this or we skip and go to the leadership? We are running out of time.
Yes, maybe go very quickly through the leadership.
Okay. Now, before we go to leadership, there's something here which I want us to talk about. Formalizing the relationship between the mentoring. And this is what I always tell my PhD students. The first one is agree on the frequency of meetings. Don't just bump onto me. Okay, here's my work. No, it doesn't work like that. Agree on the frequency of meetings. Is it every month? Is it after every 2 weeks? Is it agree on that with your mentor? 2, we're talking about we need to be prepared, both the mentor and the mentee when we're meeting. Not starting to look at things in your laptop, you can't get the comments. Or you can't get where you wrote the notes of last meeting. Most importantly, we're saying after every meetings, you need to email the feedback, what was agreed upon. So the next time I don't change, because we'll be making this as our reference point. But most importantly, which is our last part of the presentation, is what we call leadership and self-awareness in mentoring relationship. So we have already talked about this, but let's look at the types of leadership. In supervision, in mentoring, this is what we came up with as a team. And as you see here, we have coercive leadership style. We have visionary. And we'll put it in yellow for very good reason that visionary people normally put in yellow. Like you see Angela here. Pace setting, coaching, if you know Ugandan colors, you know what is happening in the country. Affiliative and democratic. This is a the color for Democratic Party, I think. So what are these leadership styles all about when it comes into mentorship? Coercive, without going into the details. Immediate compliance, right? You have to comply, tight control, and we're saying you provide clear directives without soliciting input. That's what it means, coercive. So look at this leadership style and see where you fall. In the process of mentoring, where do you fall? Do you apply coercive or you apply visionary is where come with me. Let's see how to do it. Let me guide you on how to move. The other one is affiliative. The objective here, you are creating harmony. The leader will focus on friendly interaction between the team. You know? To what extent do you involve your team? To what extent do you consider looking at opportunities for giving positive feedback, which could avoid negativity? We're talking about democratic. You know, we build focus. We focus on building commitment and consensus. We give people full participation in setting direction and creating plans. The other one is pace setting. You're seeing this man, pace setting. When you set the pace, the rest must follow that pace. But the question is, as someone said somewhere there, the pace you're setting, can your student afford that pace, given all the other responsibilities we're talking about? You say, I need this by next week. You have set a pace. Can that student fulfill that pace? Then the other one is coaching. What do you want? How do you want? What do you think? You know, you coach, and this is one of the definitions we gave up there when we are talking about mentorship. So, in summary here, we are saying the leadership style may have a positive or negative impact, depending on which leadership style you adopt. But also we're making a point that as supervisors or as bosses, the bottom line also here is that you cannot only use one approach. There are moments when you need to use a combination of these leadership styles, depending on the situation. If the student is not making progress and you feel the reasons are not very, you know, sometimes you need to, I don't know.
Maybe I'll just add a few, and thanks for going through those. There are many different styles that you can adopt as a leader and as a mentor. And I think the main goal that we had in presenting these different styles, as Tom went through, is for you to be intentional about how you're using any 1, 2, 3, 4, or more of them at any time. You know, as he was saying, we want to show up prepared to work with our mentees. Sometimes that's reading through a paper. I've seen some of you doing that even now. Or it may also be coming prepared with the mindset to help your mentee. And we're unfortunately going to have to wrap up. We do have a case that would have been fun to go through where we could practice these styles. We'll save that for another time. But if your mentee is struggling, maybe you can reflect on yourself. Have you been maybe adopting one of these more negative styles because things just need to get done, but they're not getting done? So how can you be more positive? How can you bring in some alignment, some affiliation, some vision, whatever may be necessary to help your mentee succeed? And typically, as Tom mentioned, it is going to be a combination of these different styles. So I hope that this very quick overview of how you think about yourself as a mentor and the style that you want to use, I hope that gives you some tools to put in your pocket. When things are going well, you can reflect on what worked. When they're not going so well, you can think about what more could you bring in terms of how you're engaging with your mentee, not just the topic at that time, whether it's a paper, practicing for a talk, thinking about going up for promotion. This is really kind of getting us into the idea of how do we engage with our mentees. And I think that's a perfect segue to our next talk, which we will do after the break. I know everyone's been sitting for quite some time. So as we come back from the break, we're going to talk about engaging with communication and think about these different styles that may influence how you communicate. So before we break, I see a couple of really, really burning questions, which I want to make sure we get to.
Yeah, Dr. Wendell, then I bring on board Dr. Esther, who will be finalizing this part of the presentation.
Yeah,
Yes, Dr. Wendell.
I have a question that I don't know whether at some point we are going to talk about this, that I have a feeling that also, when we talked about leadership styles and who is a good mentor and mentee, but we haven't touched about personalities, because I have a feeling that if you are either phlegmatic or choleric or sanguine, or you are, those personalities can affect how we interact with our mentees or mentors or something like that. At some point, I don't know whether it will be talked about.
It's,
how do we become aware of our,
yeah, no.
our what do you call it, weaknesses?
I love that you brought that up, because typically, and a lot of what we're talking about today is part of a much larger curriculum that takes several days to go through, and we unfortunately cut that piece of it, but it was right there. So I think we're thinking along the same lines, that we have to reflect on who we are as people and what we bring to the table as mentors.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me invite Dr. Esther to take over from me now. My part is done, but we are still on the stage. So Dr. Esther, the floor is yours.
I think we have run out of our time. I'm just going to say a few words to just wrap up this session, as Jessica has been saying, and Tom has been engaging us for quite some time. But one thing that, not one thing, one of the most important things through this journey, and this I say based on my experience as a mentee, but also as a mentor, we all have to be intentional. What exactly do we need out of this relationship? What exactly do we need to achieve? What are the set objectives? At the end of the day, where do we want to go from here? In terms of leadership style, it can be back and forth, and you incorporate this one, this one does not work. You incorporate the other one, and at the end of the day, our target is to get from point A to point B. And in this whole kind of relationship, our set goal is to be better and to progress and to get to where we are supposed to be. So I want us to know, one of the most important things is for us to show up, do the work, because purposively we are the ones that shape the future of where we want to be. Even if they push you 1,000 times, even if they, work up this or do this for you, nobody's going to do the work for you. You do the hard work for yourself. So where do you want to go? What do you need? How have you identified your strength, your weaknesses? Where do you need help? You need to spell it out. You need to be intentional, to be loud, and be specific on what kind of needs you need and who do you think is going to help you pull through that journey. I think the most important thing, much as we are, talking about what works, what doesn't work, and of course we do not want to reinvent the wheel, is personally, what are my needs? Where do I want to go? How do I want to get there? Who do I need in my team to walk alongside me? And as you walk hand in hand together, what is your contribution and where do you want to see yourself? If I want to see myself in the next 2 years, yesterday I was reviewing a lot of assessment tools that we did yesterday in the session, and I did not see anywhere anybody writing down that they have a need to be mentored. For example, in teaching, in identifying their career goals or whatever. It looks like everybody of us are specifically confident of where we want to go, but we are lacking that push or maybe that kind of takeoff from where we are. A lot of us, I think almost 100%, had the needs around manuscript writing, grant writing, and I think a few other things just scattered around, but I think around 100% of us were able to list those as, our needs currently in our mass community. And so as we run through this session, at the end of the day, we don't want to be in the same spot that we are in the same time next year. What are we going to do? Have you identified a possible mentor? Have you approached them? Are your goals very set? Are you intentional about where you want to go? Are you clear about what your objectives are? Have you made an intentional, contribution to start the journey? Before they walk the journey with you, you must be able to start and walk through, some preliminary steps. Have you tried to develop the skills that you need for the mentor to be able to, provide you with the necessary support? I think at the end of the day, we will get there one day at a time. Thank you.
All right, so thank you all so much for participating in this session. Let's thank Tom for leading us through. Some claps. And I feel very proud that Angela, as the MC, entrusted me with closing this particular part of the session. So we will break for tea, I believe, and we're supposed to come back at 11, which is a little short, so maybe 11:10? Give us a few minutes to take a break. Okay, we'll see you back then. Thank you.
Gentlemen, can I have everyone get back in? Thank you. In just a minute, we're about to start, but allow me to invite everyone to get back to their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time up. We have started. Let's get in, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting the next session. Dr. Tom, when you bring the team you're with, we shall get started. Peter, guys, I need you to come and talk about Renu. You're not there. Where's Peter? Where's Peter? Go away. They need someone inside here. Peter is not there. We had a salutation before we started. Ladies and gentlemen, and allow me to welcome and recognize the different deans present. Deans and deputy deans, please stand up for recognition. Deans and deputy deans, please stand up for recognition. Deans and deputies. They are mentors. Now, I would like to also see the former deans because I'm seeing Professor Leju, Professor Gertrude. That shows once a dean, always a dean. Are we clapping for them with cheerful leads? Ladies and gentlemen in the house, is the internet right? Not yet? Allow me just 1 minute as we're setting up to invite Dr. Kauma, not Simon, but Daniel from Renu, in just a minute to tell us about Renu. Before I tell you about the next session, Dan, please come and tell us in a minute, what is Renu? Why those colors? And are they must colors or Renu colors? What do they mean? Tell us more.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I can sense a lot of knowledge in the room. And I don't want to put myself at that level because she called me a doctor. I'm aspiring to be there. And just for the few minutes I've been given, I just want to talk briefly about Renu. Renu is the research and education network for Uganda. All over the world, we have organizations they call National Research and Education Networks. So the essence and the purpose of formation of these organizations is to support research and education within the country. So Renu is the NREN for Uganda in particular. So our core purpose is to facilitate collaboration within research and education institutions. So we provide a number of services, and among them the core, which is the backbone, is internet connectivity. So some of the biggest percentage of people within the country know Renu as an internet service provider for education institutions. So we serve all the universities in the country, and I think at the moment we have over 450 institutions connected with over 1,000 campuses across the entire country. So I know that connectivity is what, in 2006, there were challenges with connectivity. So vice chancellors, CEOs, managing directors of different research institutions came together. They birthed the idea of forming an NREN. So, and the main purpose they were forming it at the time was to ensure that they can approach existing internet service providers at a time so that they can acquire internet in bulk to get a bigger discount. Because when you come very many, you can get a bigger discount. That was the purpose initially. But now that internet connectivity has been established, and that is already a foundational backbone which has been laid, other add-on services have started coming into place. So there are very many services. I may not be able to talk about all of them, but I believe some people have come across EduRoam. EduRoam is one of the core products that we are running within the country. So with EduRoam, it means you can connect with your institutional credentials wherever you go. So I believe MUST is one of the institutions that are benefiting from EduRoam. We have EduRoam within city centers. I don't know if any of you have had experience or have experienced EduRoam within Mbarara, the city centers. So as you're moving around, out of nowhere, you connect to internet and you start using for free without a cost. So those are some of the initiatives we are trying to push around the country. It's more like open access in that domain. So, and among the interesting products that we have, because we noticed that in the initial stages when we had put up EduRoam, it was within the institutional boundaries, within the campus. But then when COVID came, universities closed, schools closed, people were forced to work from home or away from the campuses. So because of that, now we started pushing different kind of ways of ensuring people can gain access. Yes, and one of those was to have Metro EduRoam, like we mentioned, within the city centers. You can gain access EduRoam. But then there was a limitation. Not everyone would move to a particular hotspot where you put it. So we have another product which we call EduRoam on the go. You move with EduRoam everywhere. It's a small pocket device, and once you have this one, you can be connected anytime, anywhere. Thank you. So, sorry, we have, for any questions, we are seated behind there. Anyone can pass by, and then we can have more discussions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kauma. Before you run away, that advert he has to pay for in communication, they're asking how much is that?
Yes, so we can have detailed discussions over the other table.
Price discrimination. Professor David Bansberg can't buy it the same price like me, duh. And then, so you'll find out at the table, but I would like that you shake hands with this gentleman here and I'll tell you why. Please stand up and shake hands. Yes. He's wearing, yes, shake hands and have a photo shoot. I'll get away from, yes, he's called Dr. Kauma, and from my mouth to God's ears, you're becoming a doctor soon. He should be your mentor. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, knowing that the next session is about communication, and who am I? I'm not Angela. Who am I? Not Nyakato. When the next session, I'm not PRO. When the next session is about communication, who am I? Communications officer, communicator. Some of you call me Luasa, but I don't care, because Luasa means you open the mouth and always talk and defend. I just want us to try out something small with these 3 tables and before the next presenter. Just move on, share what you've heard. We are communicating. Okay, there you go. Just what did you hear? Okay, just tell him what you heard as we're preparing for the next presenter. Okay, what did you hear? I needed a British accent on this table a little bit. Okay? Okay, there you go. Thank you, Dr. Namboze. That's all right, that's all right. What you heard is what you say. Uh-huh. Thank you. Just stand up for me, please. Thank you. There you go. Just tell him what you heard. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Speak what you heard. Okay. 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 Okay, what did you hear?
I was told that I need to be in class.
What he heard is, you are to be in class. The first person I gave the communication is right here. What did I tell you?
Ridiculous.
He heard ridiculous. The word was meticulous. From meticulous to ridiculous, you have to be in class. Do you see what communication does? So, what did you hear? Let me hear. Vincent, what did you hear? You have to be in class, so it got messed up here. Okay. Meticulous. What did you hear? Ridiculous. And then you heard? You have to be in class. So this is where the information got distorted. So it shows when you're communicating, the final person has to get the right communication. We may try to communicate, and then the information comes out otherwise. From meticulous to ridiculous to you have to be in class. Oh my God! Are they even connected? Ladies and gentlemen, who else than Dr. Sid Mark to come and talk about this? Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the next panel that has Huntington, Dr. Huntington Gumisiriza. Please give a round of applause for him from the Faculty of Science. Stronger than that because you had coffee. He is going to have this session with Dr. Sidna Mark from MGH. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for these great men. I would have invited myself on their table just to balance the gender, but I'll be in the background. So we trust that they're going to communicate for us. And did you like the communication exercise? That is where you're picking it up from.
One of the things that my mentor taught me is never give a talk after an excellent speaker. So I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to follow that up, but thank you for the warming up the audience. I'll do my best. So we're having a couple technical difficulties, so just give us a moment, if you don't mind. No worries. And hold on a second. This just gives me an excuse to be closer to all of you. So I'll just stand here. If that ends up working, let me know and we can switch it back. Yeah, it's on my computer as opposed to the... So I also apologize. I don't think anyone on Zoom is going to be able to see this session, but it's about communication. So hopefully we'll communicate clearly and everyone can follow along whether or not they're here. So we heard a lot this morning already about some of the characteristics that make up good mentors, mentees, those relationships. But I think we can all agree on one thing, which is that no matter how good our colleagues or mentors or mentees or family lives are, things can go wrong quickly with poor communication. Excellent communication is really the key to almost all of our interpersonal relationships, no matter what they are. And we're going to spend the next couple sessions here, myself and Hannington, discussing a few elements of communication. We're going to try to cover something that I think is quite common now, even when we're working with people in our own city, our own town, which is distance communication. And that's something I think that has really emerged for all of us, in that we don't always sit next to the people that we're working with. We're going to talk a little bit about communication styles. And then Hannington is going to talk a little bit about one of the hardest parts about what we do in academia and life, and that is giving feedback. How do you give someone effective feedback, and how do you receive effective feedback? So in the next session, we'll be covering each of those issues. I'm going to start by talking a little bit about the difference between what we used to think of as mentorship and what we often do now. Which is that mentorship, even when I was kind of growing up, really was about sitting in front of a person, across from them, maybe sharing a coffee, but certainly sharing work together and being able to directly interact with people. That's changed. And I think in large part thanks to COVID, distance is a part of our lives now. I don't know how many people here have had a meeting this week with someone at their own institution by Zoom or Teams or WhatsApp. Raise your hand if you've done it this week or in the last 2 weeks. These are people that often work down the hall from us, yet we're on a screen talking to them. Is it more convenient? It is. And I think that there are a lot of benefits to that. We'll talk a little bit about those benefits, but also about the risks. But I think maybe a silver lining to COVID is that we've been able to break down distance barriers and kind of meet with people all over the world, even if they're down the hall from us at any time. So what are some of the advantages of this approach? Well, we all know that technology exists, and that allows us, if we can make those connections, to actually have access to anyone in the world, right? You no longer need to have someone at your institution. So if you are studying something that maybe isn't that commonly studied, and the world's expert in that is in Belgium or Sri Lanka or wherever it is, you can organize a meeting and talk to them without having to travel. Obviously, you can work from anywhere, so that means that no matter where you are in the world, whether you're at home or your office, you're able to connect with people. It can be quite efficient. There's no traveling in between meetings. And in some places where there is a limited supply of mentors, it actually opens up a lot of opportunities and reduces isolation. I would say that it has the potential to foster cross-cultural exchange. It also has the risk that sometimes those cross-cultural exchanges don't go as well as planned. There's also drawbacks. And I think this is really important, and I think we need to be conscious of this. As much as we like to be able to think that sitting on a computer screen and talking to someone allows the same kind of engagement, in my opinion, it simply doesn't. We used to call something called a chalk talk, which is when you sit down, with a piece of chalk in the old days, or maybe even a pen, or now these days with a whiteboard and eraser, and you could physically think through ideas together. You could draw ideas together. You could think through challenges together in ways that, frankly, even with the best technology and all the apps on Zoom, I think are still quite challenging. We'll talk a lot about this in this session, but I think there's a lot of potential for miscommunication, and that can come from multiple reasons. One reason I think it can come particularly with high risk is when we have these meetings with our screens off. You hear all the time, right? 70 or 80% of communication is actually facial expressions. Some of it's even subconscious. But every time someone says something to us and we appreciate or enjoy that statement, our face changes in one direction. And if we don't, like it or not, our face probably changes in another. There's a tremendous amount of understanding that can happen through those connections. And if our screens are off or we're not in person, that can be hard to accomplish. And that's kind of this idea, this absence of a personal touch. So there was recently actually a paper, actually this was some time back now, on distance mentoring, and that really explored, I think, some of the benefits of this. And this author suggested that distance mentoring offers the possibility, and I think that's important, it's not always, the benefit is not always there, of rapid, less costly knowledge transfer and capacity strengthening without the disruptions of service provision which occurs with traditional forms of training. So I think there is a tremendous potential here. But on the flip side, it also offers the possibility of a complete breakdown in understanding and expectations and frustrating experiences on both sides. So I'm going to stop and I'm going to raise a couple examples, and I'm going to give you each a minute or two at your tables to discuss these cases, and then we'll just think through them together. This is the first case. So a junior faculty member at one university, we can say it's must, reaches out to a potential mentor at another university with an established partnership. Without an established partnership. So there's no connections between these two universities. They both study HIV. The junior faculty member is a social scientist and the mentor is a basic scientist. The junior faculty member is working to start a translational science project that includes lab work. So there's some lab stuff, but they're not a lab person, and they're looking for a mentor. To do the work, she's planning a new grant and is offering 10% effort to the mentor to support the project. So the mentor agrees. They set up monthly meetings, but one or the other typically cancels due to other commitments and time zone issues. 1 week before the grant is due, the junior faculty member sends the 15-page grant and asks for edits, a bio sketch, and a budget. So I want you all at your tables to spend 3 minutes to think through this situation and say, what are the possible challenges with this situation? What might go wrong? And maybe think about what could potentially have been done early on to prevent those challenges. So we're going to start by communicating with the people at our table. Yeah. One more minute. Okay. I hear a lot of vibrant conversations going on. Maybe I'll actually start with the second question here. Is there anyone here who's actually experienced this in the past? A situation like this? No, never? Okay. I like the enthusiasm now, but let's bring it back to the guys, everyone. So let's finish up. What have I done? All right. So maybe I'll take a volunteer. What might go wrong here? And I will call on people if no one raises their hand. So, anyone want to? Yes, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What I think might go wrong here is that the mentor will think that the mentee is probably not serious because you can't send a 15-page grant application 1 week towards the deadline.
Right.
I don't know whether I have to answer the second question. Maybe I should stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other risks to this situation that people foresee? We just talked about how amazing distance mentoring can be, right? This distance mentoring allowed these two people connect. 15 years ago, this probably never would have happened. There was no way to say, hey, I'm going to work with you, let's meet on Zoom. So now all this exists, but what are the risks to something like this?
There's someone here.
Yes, please.
There was the issue of time. I think there was miscommunication somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the social sciences raised the issue of the time zone, but as if the junior sciences didn't understand. So just 1 week he sent, there was no agreement.
Right.
Yeah.
David.
The person writing the grant should never have sent a 15-page grant. Should start with the specific aims and ask, is this the right research question? And, do you agree that we should go about this way, or what other ways should we go?
Right, great. So what might prevent this? Maybe don't start with a 15-page proposal, right? Maybe the first thing is, let's make sure our understanding of the commitments on both sides are aligned. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? When are the deadlines? What time zone are you in? Yeah. So how do we make sure that the expectations of both parties are aligned?
I also think another communication issue is that often, I see this a lot, like mentees think that they can't share the product until it's very polished. They're afraid. They're afraid to share the imperfect thing, and so they wait and they wait and they wait and they hold on to it until they're ready to share it. And so I think as the mentor saying, please share the early drafts, we can work through it. And I think Mark is going to cover this, so he's going to have me, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm Wilfred. The case scenario is quite interesting, and I think we have seen it many times. I think things which can go wrong, one of them is the fact that there is no formal MOU between the two institutions. So that in itself could act as a hurdle quickly, because if administrative issues come in, it can break down everything. Then number two is the disparity in the professional fields in between the two, the proposed mentor and the mentee. I think they needed time to build that before jumping into things like writing a joint grant, because now they don't understand each other very well at that point.
Yeah.
Then about the grant itself, the weakness I saw was the fact that the proposed mentee writes everything and he believes that it is already correct. And what if the proposed mentor says, no, this can't work? I know we have those kind of experiences. So it will break down a particular the mentee because the mentee now will fail to trust themselves. Thank you.
Absolutely. So much misalignment here in terms of roles, in terms of expectations, in terms of the workload, that you could imagine that this almost definitely won't go well. So in the interest of time, I'm going to go on to the next case. And this is really just a case to help contrast situations. But in this case, a postdoctoral fellow approaches a faculty member at another institution with a mentorship request. They live in separate countries but have shared collaborators, scientific overlap, and both do field research at the same site. So for example, maybe they both work in Uganda. After an introductory meeting with agreement about the fitness of their mentoring relationship, the postdoctoral fellow sends the mentor an independent development plan and an expectation sheet to learn about mutual preferences for communication, email, response times, meeting frequencies, and requests before deadlines. How long do they need to come in order to give the person time to complete them? They establish biweekly Zoom meetings, which are guided by a pre-circulated agenda by the postdoctoral fellow. So we don't really need to discuss this case, and I do think this is probably a utopian society that none of us live in. But you can see that much of this relationship started with this idea that let's see if we're on the same page. Let's see if we share goals. Let me tell you what my expectations are. Let me hear yours. Let's come to agreement on them. How are we going to meet? When are we going to meet? How often do you need my information? If you need, how much time do you need to review materials? All of these things are checked ahead of time. So I only raised this case, and I don't think we need to go through it in detail, but to really show that there are ways of doing this very effectively and using distance mentoring effectively. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about some of these keys to effective distance mentoring. And I'm sorry if this text is too small in the back, but this first one talks about that kind of overlap, the shared context. This is the idea, what are the things that center the relationship? And in the first case, although it's really important to do multidisciplinary research, right? I think for a junior person who's a social scientist to want to do lab research within their work, that lab research, that collaborator almost definitely needs to be local, right? Having someone who has never actually been to your institution to advise you to do lab tests in a different country, I think will be very difficult if it's not your area of expertise. So the context is important and the shared overlap is important. Obviously mentors, we talked about this, I'll skip this, need to be experienced. Mentees need to be motivated. We talked a lot about that this morning. And the goals need to be very clear. And those could be specific aims, as David talked about, but it also are the overall goals of the collaboration. I think this is important, and I think we often skip this idea of environment. What is an environment? I mean, just to be completely honest, we're sitting in a room right now that lost internet connection, right? And if you had a Zoom meeting right now in this room, what would you do? You need to have an environment that's conducive to distance mentoring, which means that oftentimes, and I think the burden is also often placed in low-income settings, people need to have constant internet access. Well, what if the internet goes out? How do you respond to those kinds of things? And I think making sure that that environment is understood, and in fact, written into budgets, that you need to be able to support the things that are needed. It may be that at your university in the United States, you have a library that allows you free access to every publication, and that's great. But what about the mentee? Do they have access to those libraries? Is the environment conducive to the work that needs to be done? And so I think these are things that we should probably spend a little bit more time thinking about across these distances. We'll talk a lot about communications plans a little bit later. We already talked about face-to-face contact, and we'll talk a little bit about that later as well. So let's move on to another case example. So Lawrence is a student at a local university, has been matched with Dr. Smith at a prestigious university as part of a mentoring program. The program specifies that Dr. Smith, the mentor, will help Lawrence develop a small project, oversee its implementation, and help with manuscript preparation over the next year. So, based on what we've discussed so far, what do you think the challenges that the mentor, Dr. Smith, may have in this situation, or things that they need to be thinking about up front to prepare for success? This might be a little easier when I give a little bit more information, but as a mentor, if someone approached you as a mentee and said, I need help with a small project, what were some of the first things you would start in terms of communicating and learning and meeting that person that you'd want to know? How would you start that conversation? Anyone? Yes, please.
Yeah, the very first thing, what I feel the challenge will be, like when the mentor has to help in the projects and oversees the implementation, he should first understand the context of that mentee, like in which context that mentee is asking for the help. And maybe we'll get more knowledge on the context than the area of study, in which area it will get implemented. So those areas will need more discussion before they start mentoring. Yeah.
Thank you. What's the context? And to be honest, a very common thing that happens to many of us, I think, as we grow, is we get lots of requests for mentorship, right? Many, maybe even more than we can take. But the first step, I think, is always to say, yes, let's find a time to meet and discuss what are your interests, what are your needs. And we'll talk in depth about this and learn exactly what are the requests, what are the needs. What kind of mentorship are you looking for? Am I the right person? Do I study that? Do I know that? Do I work there? How much time are you looking for? You know, every mentorship-mentee relationship is different. There are some mentees who are going to want to meet every week for 2 hours a week. And there are some that will need your, maybe once a quarter, you'll have a check-in. Understanding the context, the needs on both sides is really critical. What about from the mentee's perspective in a case like this? In the very first, okay, I've been assigned to this mentor, I have to do this project. What should the mentee be thinking about in beginning to meet this person and start those communications? We've all been mentees, so you've all done this. When you meet with a mentor, what are the first things you want to learn about them?
I think one of the first things you want to know is if your interests are actually aligned.
Absolutely. Are the interests aligned? If not, obviously you might be starting out from the very wrong foot. Okay, great. Excellent. And we'll talk more about some of the other things that we need to. Oh, yes, please.
Are you going to do that previous slide or no?
I'm a little conscious of time.
Okay,
so, yeah.
But just a quick seed to plant maybe for some of our other discussion points. That case referred to local university and prestigious university. And I'm wondering if a few people would be willing and able to talk about what that dynamic does to the mentoring relationship.
Yeah.
Anyone willing to comment on that? From both the mentor and the mentee's perspective.
Thank you. I think this brings me to my question from yesterday about the cultural differences. And from experience, the very first time I had a mentor from one of the prestigious institutions. And the difference was when back home we are considered, it's respectful, if I should say, not to challenge your senior. We speak softer, we tend to be referred to as timid in our communication as Ugandans. And on the other hand, they expect you to, on the other side, they expect you to be very open-minded, very loud about your interests. And so there was always a little bit of difficulty, and we had a serious issue with miscommunication. And I found it difficult to challenge anything that he said to me. It's until I realized that if I don't speak up, I'm not going to do the work I want to do.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think it's an excellent example, and I think it really does apply. And what I want to make sure it's important for all of us as we become mentors is that responsibility is just as much ours as it is the mentees. And it doesn't mean that the mentee is necessarily going to change their style. You know, our cultural beliefs and understandings are ingrained into us. And so it's not the job for us to say, oh, my mentee needs to communicate more or louder. It's our job to say, what's their perspective? How do they communicate? What's their way of expressing things? What's their way of expressing disagreement? How do I learn that so I can understand it and adapt my approach as a mentor to be able to be effective? And it's a really important part of mentorship is that many of the people we work with are not the same as us for many different reasons. But to understand where they're coming from and adapt our styles to have working relationships is critical. And it really is our responsibility as much as it is the mentees.
Mark, can I add one?
Yes,
sorry,
please.
one last thing, then I'll let you keep going. And I just wanted to emphasize the points that Mark made before about distance communication. So if you add on to what was just said about the differences in culture to talking on Zoom with no cameras. Like how to even know, what the other person is thinking, how they can start to trust you as a mentor. These challenges just get magnified when there's that distance element. So it's not that it's impossible, but I think as mentors we have to be drawing on a lot of emotional intelligence, a lot of awareness, maybe thinking about those different leadership styles we talked about this morning to try and overcome some of these barriers. Because it takes a lot to get those two people together, and there's so much potential, but there's also a lot of opportunity in a way for things to go sour from problems that we can really try to fix if we're aware of them and we have some tools to do so.
Thanks, Jessica. Okay, so we talked on the last example about this first encounter, right, between the mentor and the mentee. And I think they always say, the first impression that you can't be repeated. It's the most important time you meet someone. And so I'd like us to think a little bit about the first time we meet a mentor or mentee, about what we want to do during that. Like how should that first interaction go? And so I do like to do something which I call a fitness test, which is this idea about how do I learn who this person is? How do I learn how we overlap? How do I learn how we can work together? And I think through these introductory meetings, and this is particularly important for distance relationships. And I think it's okay to have the first meeting to say the goal of this first meeting is for me to learn about you, and you learn about me, and for us to decide if this is a good fit. And I do think importantly as a mentor, if it's not a good fit, that's okay, but then you help them get to the next person who is a good fit. It's not, okay, goodbye, but it's how do I find the right person for this? So what do I usually do in these kinds of fitness tests and these first encounters? So first, obviously, in introductions. Who are these people? What's their background? What's their skill set? What are their career goals? What's their family like? Where are they from? It's really important to get to know people as part of this and get a sense of of course, anything that they're willing to share. You don't have to pry, but really understand who they are as people. What is this project? Is it a 1-year project? Is it a 40-year project? Are you trying to write a paper for your master's thesis? Very separate request from, I'm going to write a 5-year R01 grant and I'd like you to be a co-investigator. Those are time limited versus maybe a lifelong relationship. So what's the ask? What are you looking for from me specifically? Do you need a primary mentor for the rest of your life? Big ask. Or do you need someone who specifically knows how to measure hypertension in the field using wireless monitors? And you've seen I've done that in the past. And you need a technical expert to come in and provide this slice of your information. Those are very different asks. And they require different amounts of input and time and approaches. Who else is on the team? It can't just be the two of us, right? We're always working with other people. Who else are you working with? And do I know them? Do we have a history together? So what are the mentor's expectations, right? So are you looking for scientific support only from me? How much of my time do you think do you need? Are you looking for space, which, as we all know, is really hard to come by in Emory University and at Harvard University. So do you need a place to sit? Does your team need a place to sit? We talked yesterday about people having a hard time finding places to print things. So this is an important consideration. Is it a money thing? And I think that's very important. Are we writing a grant together that will pay part of your salary? Is this part of your livelihood, your future? These are important things. And of course, the expectations of the mentee. What are your styles? How frequently is that person supposed to meet? What are the non-negotiables? The things that no matter what, are not possible. And of course, just to remember that all of these things are not the job of the mentee to extract out of the mentor, right? This is a two-way street. So both people need to be learning at the same time. And then, and we often talk about this being the first thing, for me, if it's a good fit, the next thing is an IDP. And did you guys talk about IDPs yesterday? Is it part of the curriculum today? Okay, so I'm going to quickly who's filled out an IDP before? Wow. Okay, maybe I'm going to stroll through this because yeah. Well, I have a few quick sections here, but so this is now you've decided that this is a good fit, right? And you're going to move forward. This is a case where that's going to happen, and we have a lot of these materials, but basically what's asked is the mentee sits down and fills out basically, and there's all these, we have electronic versions of this and paper versions of this, information about themselves. The research project goals, your short-term goals, and there can be many of them. What do you want to do in the next 1 or 2 years? Your long-term goals, where do you want to be in 3 to 5 years? What is your expectation of your mentor? What is your mentor going to do to help you accomplish those goals? What do you do? How do you spend your time? Is it teaching? Is it in the hospital working? Do you have jobs outside of the hospital? How much time do you spend doing other things in your life? How does that add up to 100% of your time? How would you like to change those things? What do you want to be doing more of? What do you want to be doing less of? What are the major challenges you're experiencing? All right? These are really important questions. And then maybe even more important, what are some ways that you think your mentor can help address these challenges? This gets filled out by a mentee, usually. They sit down, they think very carefully about this, and then very critically, it gets sent to the mentor, and then the mentor and the mentee meet, and they go through the entire thing together. This is an hour, it's not 20 hours. And that allows a complete synergy in the understanding of what each person's going to do, what the expectations are, what the mentor's going to be doing, what their roles are. And it's written down, and it allows this connection to occur where everyone can understand they're on the same page. This is such a critical part, I think, of mentorship. And I think it's something that we should probably try to be adopting more rigorously, because it kind of does set in stone everyone's responsibilities and gets everyone on the same page. If you skip this, you can jump into a relationship where I can guarantee you, and I've been there, expectations are not clear on both sides. So, and of course, we're happy to share these materials. Any questions about the IDP? Oh, independent development plan. Thank you. All right, we talked about most of these things, so I'm going to move ahead. In the case of time, we talked about meeting in person. These are some strategies for which you can do that, and all these slides will be shared. So, if you're not in the same place, try to have at least 1 or 2 in-person meetings a year. Sometimes this can be meeting at conferences. One of the reasons that I personally tend only to mentor people that work in an institution that I also work at, whether it's MUST or a place in South Africa or in Boston, is because I find that if I don't have planned visits with each of my mentees, communication can go poorly and lapses can be made. So one thing I try to recommend is, if you can, try to at least work in an institution that your mentor is also working at. Okay. A lot of this communication style really resolves around this underlying principle, right? And this is a principle of trust. And it's often unsaid, but at the end of the day, the most important, I think, feature of a mentor-mentoring relationship is whether you trust that person. And that doesn't mean whether you think they're telling the truth, but whether you are sure you can come to them if you need help. Whether you're sure that if you need advice about a paper, about a project, or about your life, that they're going to give you that advice in your interest and not necessarily in theirs. That they're going to be someone who, irregardless of their own needs, can come to you. And so this is just a series from a mentoring course that Jessica has helped to teach. And I'm just going to highlight some of the characteristics and behaviors that help build trust. And I'm sure this is difficult to read in the back of the room. Being a proactive listener. Hard for many of us, myself included. I do like to talk. Everyone who knows me, it's true. Someone comes and asks you for help, the most important thing you can do for the first 10 minutes is not say a single word. Right? And then, if you're on a Zoom call, stop what you're doing. We all know this. When people are on Zoom, and they're working, and their camera's on, you can tell that they're working. You can actually see their eyes moving if you really pay attention. And we're all busy. But particularly if someone, a mentee, comes to you and asks for help, that is a time to stop what you're doing and close your computer or whatever it is. Don't close it if you're on Zoom. And pay attention to what that person's saying. Cooperating, I think, is self-explanatory. So this may be very hard for many of us as mentors, but one of the most effective ways of connecting people is to share your own vulnerabilities. One thing I often do with people on my team especially when a grant doesn't get funded, is I will open up what we call the ERA Commons page, which is a page in the NIH that saves every grant you've ever submitted and whether or not it was funded or not. And there's this idea that people are successful, they always win their grants, and their papers always get published. My NIH ERA Commons page is like hundreds of lines long, and 75% of those are rejected grants. Because it takes a lot of tries to get a grant funded. But to show a mentee that I am failing more than you are, that I've also been there, that my papers also get rejected, that the editor thinks you don't know how to speak English, those are vulnerabilities that we open up. And that helps our mentees know that they're not alone, that their mentors have failed but are now successful. And I think it's a really important part of our mentoring relationships. Really important. We can say a lot of things, but there's nothing more important than acting. Right? And that involves, if you say you're going to review someone's paper or grant, not just saying you're going to do it, but doing it. And frankly, it also involves saying you're not going to do it. Really hard, but it has to be done. If I work in the hospital a few times a year. When I'm doing that, frankly, my time schedule is very tight, and I tell someone sends me a paper, thank you for sending this. I'm going to be on service for the next 2 weeks. I will read it as soon as I'm off. I'm sorry I can't get to it before then. That statement, not I'm going to read it now or I'm going to get to it quickly, is much more helpful to someone than thinking that you're doing it when you're not. Saying no is hard. I'm not sure there's a session on that, but I think it's a really important thing to make sure your actions parallel your words. We talked about this morning, being accepting, being non-judgmental. Of course, those are critical. Being authentic. We talked a little bit about this, but when we make mistakes, which as mentors we do all the time, and many of us are learning to be mentors, that's why we're here, we own up to them. I did that wrong. I gave you some bad advice. I learned from this too. We'll do better next time together. A critical part of I think, mentoring, and Jessica talked about this a little bit this morning, is having teams. And I think we often get asked at Mentor to be experts in everything, right? Someone comes and says, I need your help, and then they start asking you about things that you've never done before. That's a time when you say, you know what, this is a little bit outside of my comfort zone. Let's find someone else who can help. I've never done that kind of analysis before. I've never worked in that country before. That this is something that, but being flexible and being open about the fact that we have a limited set of expertise is important. And then I think maybe the most important part of trust actually is people are going to come to us with private matters about their lives. I think part of being a mentor is actually you end up being people's life coaches. And I think that's one of the most rewarding parts of it, is that these are not transactional relationships. These are friends, and they end up becoming sometimes part of our family, essentially. When someone comes to you with a problem, we have to respect their privacy. And that doesn't mean we're not going to help them find solutions, but that means keeping that private. Okay, we've talked a little bit about this, but just we've all spent the last 5 years on Zoom. And so I just like to think a little bit about how can we make that a little bit more manageable. One thing we've tried to do, I'm not sure how successful it is, at our institution, we started to try to make hour-long meetings 45 minutes and half-an-hour meetings 20 minutes, at least in the calendar. And it's not always successful, but the goal of that is you can't think for 3 hours straight. At the end of 45 minutes, you need to get up. You need to take a short call. You need to stretch your legs. You need to eat. If you have 8 Zoom meetings in a row, back to back, and they're all an hour long, you are going to go crazy and you'll be less effective. So take care of yourself, take breaks, make sure there's gaps in between meetings if you can. I know easier said than done. We talked about that. And we talked a lot about this idea of being respectful on Zoom. Try to be on camera, try to be present. But also, if you can't be on camera, make sure you're muted and that you're being respectful of the other people in the room. So that's always very helpful. Okay. This gets a little bit at Dr. Doreen's point. We all come from our own place. We have different means of speaking. We come from, in my case, a different generation, different parts of the world. We have different first languages, and we have very different expectations about formality and hierarchy. And I think it's true. I will say that, there are medical students at Harvard who will walk into our office and essentially start demanding things of us sometimes. It's just they come from a different place. And I think we need to think together about how to make sure our communication styles can match. So I'm going to give an example here, and then maybe we can talk together. So this is a mentor-mentee conversation, or actually, it's more of like, this is what the mentor's thinking and this is what the mentee's thinking. The mentor, I gave Jennifer lots of detailed feedback on our grant, and she didn't act on any of it. I'm not sure this relationship is working. The mentor says, Dr. Perez, the mentee, isn't really helping much. She's not telling me what to do. So here's an example of a comment. I'm sorry, this is a mistake on the slide. This is supposed to be the mentor provides comments like, I consider a different study design here. So basically, Dr. Perez submits a grant, the mentee, and the mentor writes back and says, I would consider a different study design here. Mentor's frustrated, she's not taking my advice. Mentee's frustrated. What do you think might be going on here? Anyone have any ideas? It's a little bit nuanced. Yeah.
I think there is a huge element of miscommunication. Whereas the mentor says he has given lots of feedback, but it's not being worked on. The mentee on the other side is saying the mentee is not delivering anything. So there must be a hiccup along the way in the communication channel.
Yeah. Something's not working, right? They're not seeing eye to eye. Does anyone have a sense of what the issue might be? And this might be a little bit, yes, please. Guess what I'm thinking, but.
I'm thinking there is also a discrepancy in the competences each has, because the comment the mentor provides takes the assumption that the mentee has a lot of knowledge on maybe study designs and all those kinds of things. So maybe there's a discrepancy in what the mentee knows and can do.
Exactly. And thank you for that comment. I think that's spot on. So there are various ways that the mentor could have responded about the flaw in the study design. Can someone think of a different way other than saying, I would consider a different study design here that would have improved potentially the communication? Anyone think of a different way that mentor could have given that feedback?
Yes. I think the mentor could give right direction by mentioning that design he would wish the student to do.
Yes, please.
And also to just add on what is said, point out why the current or the provided design is a problem.
Great, thank you so much. So there were two comments. One is, you could have actually talked about why the original study design was wrong, and two, could have maybe suggested some alternates. And another potential way of doing this, depending on who the mentee is and how the mentor wants to address that, how about something like, I think there's various approaches here that we could be taking. Would you like to meet to discuss other options? Or do you have would you like to talk specifically about what some of the other study designs could be? And that middle ground, where you offer the option for help, but you don't necessarily immediately provide it, does a couple things, right? It actually still gives the mentee a chance to say, hey, oh, that's right, I'd love to talk about that. I don't know anything about that. So the mentee can step up. At the same time, it doesn't necessarily give them the answers. So maybe they have to do a little bit more work. Maybe they have to think about that. Let me do some searches and see if I can find some other study designs, and then try a different one. Or if I'm just completely lost here, I'll say, hey, yeah, actually, I need some help. And so there are ways of potentially suggesting an avenue you can take without immediately giving the right answer to allow some self-exploration as well.
Or you might have a discussion as to different study designs with their associated strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there's a teaching element going on in addition to a feedback. So here are 3 other study designs that I've seen being used in this case, and here are 3 review articles that will teach you about each of them, and here are the strengths and weaknesses of each. Now the person actually goes and learns how to fish, right? So, Jessica.
I just wanted to also bring in this cultural difference that we've sort of been hinting around. I've been in this scenario where I did all those things, that you were describing, but I still used words that were very American, and it took me a while to figure out why I wasn't coming across well. So I said things like what you had up there. I would consider, I suggest, I might. And the mentee was considering, they were thinking about it, and they did nothing with that information because they didn't agree with it. But we never had that, well, we had that conversation, but it took us a long time to get there. So I think that just speaks to the foundation that Mark described earlier of getting to know each other. How do you want to communicate? And just a few minutes on very specific, explicit discussion around those issues can save a world of trouble when it comes to just talking past each other, even though you're trying to say the same thing.
Thanks, Jessica. All right, let's move on to another example. In this case, the mentor, I sent Eric, the mentee, several emails about that presentation, and he isn't getting back to me. Mentee, I'm not sure it's ready yet. I think we talked about this a little bit earlier. So what do you think is going on here? So mentor's like, why is this person not responding? I keep on emailing them, they're not sending them back, and the mentee's like, I don't know if it's ready yet. Has anyone experienced this on either side of this equation? I mean, I think I've been on both sides of this equation, so, right? Anyone want to take we talked about this a little bit, but I think we should dive into this a little bit more and think about some solutions to things like this. Anyone?
I think for the mentee, perfection is the enemy of good. He is trying so hard to make sure the work is perfect, and that ends up taking a lot more time. Sometimes on the other side, the mentor is looked at as a very strict and stern mentor and expects work to be done a certain way to a certain standard. And so it can lead a mentee to overthink the work.
Yes, before him, I see the mentee, okay, that is a version that from her. I see the mentee also being a busy person. Mentee might be really overloaded, but I see the mentor has put aside time to complete this task.
You want to really perfect whatever you're sharing with your mentor. And it necessitates that you do lots of things, preparations, writing, review whatever text you have put down and so on. And in the end, you will delay your mentor who is expecting from the other side. But also there could be other errands that you have to do as apart from what you're working on with your mentor. Thank you.
All great points. Can anyone think of some behaviors that mentors? Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you. To me, I see what might be going on here is that the mentor and the mentee did not specify the scope in terms of time, because the mentee might be taking her or his time to make sure he has better work. So it would have been better if the mentor had sent these emails and said, by end of Tuesday next week or this date, I need this work. So time scope is very important.
Absolutely. Setting expectations. Was there one more? Yes.
Regardless of the mentee being very busy, I think he or she should send a courtesy, a response that maybe I'm working on it, rather than just keeping quiet. You leave me you leave me there hanging, without knowing what is really happening. Thank you for good communication.
I think it's also important for the mentor to set up expectations that the work is iterative. You'll never write a perfect draft, the first draft, or the second draft, or the third draft, and the best work is, may take 15, 20 drafts. And that's just part of the work.
Yeah.
And so if the mentor's not prepared to go through 15 drafts, they're in the wrong field. And if the mentee thinks that they can get it right the first time or the second time, then they need to talk about, expectations, reality.
Absolutely. So I think two major possible themes here that we're hearing. One is it could be the mentee's too busy and not being able to get the work done. And the second is this idea that, as Doreen said, perfect's the enemy of the good. That they're waiting because they want it to be perfect. So I think just to maybe summarize some of the key points about what mentors can do to help address a situation like this. One is, and I think David said, so as an example, I have this talk I like to give that's how to write a manuscript in 16 paragraphs. And so maybe it would be 16 days with David's 1 paragraph a day. But when I work with a mentee for the first time, especially if they're new to science, I always ask them for their first paragraph. That's it. I don't want more than a paragraph. And then let's get that paragraph right, and then let's do the second paragraph. And that if you make a manuscript, which, let's face it, if it's the first few times you've done it, a very daunting task, you break it into small pieces that become much more manageable. So that's one thing. It's like, think about the work that you're asking. Can you make it a little bit easier? A second thing, and I think this is talked about a lot, is to have a clear communication plan about deadlines, expectations, when things are due, and so that there's a clear sense of when deadlines are for both parties and expectations can be met. And I think third, and maybe most importantly, is creating an atmosphere that when a mentee is stuck, whether it's because they're too busy or their life is very complicated or they just don't know how to do it, no matter which of those reasons it is, that they feel comfortable coming to you and asking for help. And that you can say to them, I've noticed that the last couple of weeks we haven't made progress on this manuscript. Why don't we meet on Tuesday? Come find me in my office. Let's talk through it together. And then you can learn, okay, what's going on? I'm open ears. You tell me. And they can tell you, is it a life issue? Is it a family issue? Is it writer's block? Is it they don't own the software that they need to do the analysis, but they're too afraid to tell you about it? All of those things are possibilities, but no matter what the issue is, you need to have that safe space, that environment where people can come and talk to you and ask for help. Okay, last of these examples here. A mentee says, I really admire Dr. Marshall, the mentor, but it's hard to work with him sometimes. Last week he said something I don't agree with, but I can't bring myself to talk to him about it. So I think we've talked about this a little bit, but I really want to have a conversation about this. Who's experienced this before? You have a mentor, you like them, you like working with them, but if there's an issue that you don't agree with, you just can't, you don't feel comfortable bringing it up to them, whether it's a disagreement, whether it's a conflict. Anyone had that happen before? No one. Okay, you're all excused. No, I'm sorry.
I think I can say, I think there is the issue of personality, probably. Maybe the mentor is not so much approachable. That's why the mentee is fearing to open up about why I can't work with him or her. Although he has disagreements, can't express it. So I think there's a personality issue somewhere.
Right, absolutely. So people can be intimidating. We as mentors can be intimidating, especially we talked about you come from a different part of the world. Maybe it's a professor and you're just getting your start. And so I think understanding, even if we think we're the nicest people in the world, understanding how other people perceive us is extremely important. Other thoughts about this? We're going to talk. Yes, please.
Maybe there can be two situations. As a mentor, the mentor is either too much authoritative, like he don't give chance to mentee to speak and explain. Another mentee is not that much comfortable to put on his problems. Like if, let's suppose if mentor is giving some advice, he's not very much comfortable in opening up to.
So like for example, I give example for cholerics. The cholerics normally are more authoritative, and a choleric person can achieve their goal even when they step on people and they don't mind. And then phlegmatics are people who mind so much about others, what others say about my actions. So I think we have to just be aware of, if I'm a mentee, and I have to be aware of my mentor, how they behave, and they accommodate maybe some of those issues. And also ourselves, we just have to know our weaknesses. Yeah, so I think we can't run away with these personalities issues. There are mentors who normally shout, and we know that's how they are, and we have to take it like that. But they may not be like, so I don't know what to say much about it, because it's something within us, and sometimes
we just have to be ourselves. But sometimes we have to minimize some of these behaviors. We have to know our weaknesses, our low points, and we say, okay, I will try to improve on my personality. Yeah, because personality does not have to be remaining static. We change, we learn, and we unlearn, and we become better people. Yeah. So that's why the mentee is fearing to raise this because it is going to cause problems.
Yeah, thank you. Jessica mentioned earlier that, we'll get to these comments in 1 second, that there's a part of this longer curriculum that actually involves personality testing. And the reason why I think that was so important for me when I did it is it's amazing how much you learn about yourself when you take some of these profile tests that tell you how do you respond to conflict? How do you express yourself? Are you one to talk in a room or one to sit back in the back of the room? And those, to understand, one, who you are and how you behave, and two, that there are other people that are very much unlike us who never would stand up in a room if they weren't asked to and speak if they weren't told to. And to be able to come in with, again, maybe you don't completely change, but to be able to be conscious of those things, I think is so critical as mentors. I will just comment briefly on the point you just made about the mentors who shout, and I know that's not really the focus here necessarily, but I think it's also important that for us to recognize when we're in relationships that aren't working, mentoring relationships that aren't working, and also know that it may be time sometimes to find other people if we're in a situation where we're really just being intimidated all the time or other types of experiences like that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. I have at least observed such in my education journey, and that I think some of the mentors, they create that gap between the mentee and the mentor, because I would presume and say, if I'm a mentor, I have to make this mentee my friend. Whatever they give, whether they are right or wrong, I give some positive compliments, and then also bring them to learn that I give them a conducive environment to air out whatever they have to say. Because if I'm very tough, the mentee will always come when they are worried. They cannot tell you what they think is right, because they know you are going to shout on them. Yeah. So I think we need to create that environment that mentees can always approach us, and then we guide them. Over to you.
Thank you. Great point. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you very much. We should also look at a scenario where naturally some people, they don't like the negative feedback. So when they get like a correction from somebody below them, they misunderstand it or they take it as a disrespect. So I have guided you to do this and you're telling me otherwise. People take it to be like disrespect, so the way they react after that, it's what makes the mentee not come back next time.
100%. Yeah, I was remarking, we never made it to our table, but the characteristics that people were talking about for mentors this morning, approachable and experts and things, but I think humility also is a really important part of mentorship. And being able to take criticism from our mentees as well, and from everyone, because honestly, science is about exchange. And it's always about improving ourselves, no matter where we are kind of in the spectrum of our careers. So just a few things that we can think about and try to prevent some of these communication breakdowns. One thing I like to do is think about how is it preferred to communicate with my team. And that sometimes is something to do, in a very explicit way. So when you sit down with a new mentee to think about how should we communicate? Is it going to be by Zoom? Is it going to be by text? Is it going to be WhatsApp? What are the ways that we're going to communicate with each other? How often? How long? If I send you, so for example, when I have meetings with my mentees that are scheduled, I usually ask them to send me anything they want me to read at least 72 hours before the meeting. That allows me to read it, be prepared, and give feedback during the meeting. What often happens, as you know, is that you come to a meeting and someone shows you something or send it to you that same morning, and then they say, well, have you read my stuff yet? I'm like, well, I haven't actually gotten that far in my email inbox yet. So setting the expectations about response time. I think it's really important for us to know each other's expectations about communication outside of work, right? We all have very different lives, right? Some of us, I have 3 young kids at home. There are times when, I have to be at the dinner table. And so that means that we're going to have different communication styles. And I think there's various ways of handling that, but I think it should be very clear that, for example, between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., I'd prefer you not to WhatsApp me, because those are times that I'm with my family. And it can be different for every person. I see a lot of people, and I think this is an interesting way of doing that. In their email, at the bottom, it will say, I email during unusual times. Please don't feel the need to respond. One thing I almost always do now is I don't send emails to people on the weekends, period. If I have a weekend email that I'm sending on the weekend, I time it, with all the programs do this, to be delivered on Monday morning or Tuesday morning. Because I don't really want people asking me to work during my free time, so I don't want to expect other people to do the same for me. So it's a pretty basic thing to do. It's pretty easy to do. You can set up your email so it automatically sends Monday morning instead of the weekends. These are some small tips. We talked a little bit about feedback, but the entire next section by Hayington is going to be about feedback, so I'm going to pass on that for now. And then I think, I don't want to skip over it, but I think this, maybe the most important thing you'll hear from my talk today is this very last bullet point. Methods of conflict resolution. And I think I have a slide on that. We talked about most of this. Preferred communications, mediums, what do you do in emergencies, what hours, what preferences, how long does it take you to respond? So I will say we talked about this. There are very different expectations about email response time in the United States and in other countries. In the United States these days, to be honest, it's getting to the point where if you send someone an email, sometimes they expect you to respond within an hour. I mean, it can be a little bit unnerving, but certainly within 24 hours. But in many other parts of the world, sometimes people check their email, maybe once a day or twice, And so, but all you need to do to address that is when you're meeting your mentor or mentee and you're going through, sit down and say, okay, how often would you like to communicate? What's your response time normally? If those expectations are set, there won't be as frustration. So we talked about most of these. Okay, so I do want to talk about conflict resolution, and I think this is one of my last slides here. So I think most of us try to resolve conflict once conflict occurs. But you can try to address these things ahead of time. The truth is that this is one of the most challenging things of our lives, whether it's our family lives or our work lives. And conflicts are always going to occur. No matter what we do, there'll be disagreements will occur, differences of opinion will occur, hurt feelings will occur. And I do like to ask people, when you've had disagreements with mentors or mentees in the past, how have you handled that? How do you like to handle that? And actually to know ahead of time, okay, this is how I communicate. And I even tell people, sometimes when I'm frustrated, I'll turn off my computer for a day or something. So people will know kind of the way we handle this. I think a very critical thing that you need to be able to have in these relationships is a recognition that conflict may be occurring and a way of resolving that. And I think the most important way of doing that is to make sure that there is always a means of approaching conflict, a safe space that a mentor and a mentee can take. And it could be as simple as, something that's been going on has been bothering me. Can we find a time to talk about it? Or there's a couple things that I disagreed with about the way that you gave me these comments. Is there a way that I can tell you how I'd like you to do this in the future that doesn't, hurt my feelings or whatever it is? If that safe space doesn't exist and there's no way for either mentors or mentees to have those kinds of conversations, conflict builds and usually eventually it breaks. And when it gets to that point, sometimes it's past the no point of return, but certainly it's worse off than addressing it early. So I don't think there's one way of doing this, but just knowing and thinking together about ways that conflict can be resolved. Know that it's okay to disagree. And I think a really important resolution of a lot of conflict is, okay, I see your point. I don't agree with that. This is the way I will do it. This is the way you do it. Let's find a way forward. You don't have to agree on everything. And it's great for your mentees to do things differently than you and to challenge you and to totally disagree with you and to change the third aim of a grant because that's what they think is right. And you know what? If they're right, you should be like, wow, you were right. I should have listened to you. And if they're wrong, you say, okay, next time we'll do it differently. But it's not I told you so. It's let's learn from this together. And we can disagree. And then very importantly, this kind of idea of an ombudsperson, it's important to know that there's maybe sometimes you need to go elsewhere for help. if there's a conflict that can't be resolved interpersonally, is there someone else you can go to that you both trust? An arbiter that you can sit down, hey, we disagree about this, what would you do? How would you advise us to resolve this situation? Sometimes universities have these people specifically. Maybe you two work with a third person and you both trust that person. But if you go into that setting and you both agree to go into that setting, usually a third party can help resolve very severe conflicts. So of course, everyone knows that frustration really is just expectations not being met. But if we're transparent with each other, we really can prevent conflict and at least address it quickly. I'm going to leave you with just a few last thoughts, and these are some summary items from things we discussed today. When you first meet someone, was there a comment?
Can I just
Yes,
make
please.
a quick comment? Can you go back to the
sure.
other slide? Yeah,
This one.
that one. So conflict is hard, right? I think most of us probably don't wake up in the morning and want to resolve conflict. It's hard. So one of the things that can be really helpful to introduce the opportunity for the safe spaces that Mark was talking about is to have structure to your relationship so that that time to reflect or to bring up anything that's difficult is just part of what you do. So you don't have to say, I want to have a meeting with you to resolve conflict, because then they may not show up, right? Or you may not want to be there. But if you know that every 6 months, every 3 months, you meet just to kind of process how is the relationship going. It can be 30 minutes, but that is that opportunity that's expected by both of you or all of you, depending on the relationship, so that if there is something, it's just natural. So it's something to try out, because I think, as you said, conflict resolution is really, really hard to do. So if it's a norm, it's an expectation, it's not something you have to make extra time for, it's just part of what you do in the structure that you've created with your mentee, it's a lot easier to address.
100%. Yeah, thanks for that. And it can even be like the last 5 minutes of every meeting you have. Anything else on your mind? Just creating something that doesn't have to come out of the ordinary. Okay, so a few last points before I hand it over to Hennington, who's going to talk to us about giving feedback. So you're meeting someone for the first time. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I appreciate your presentation. From the mentor-mentee relationship, it looks like it's a very complicated thing, and I have one question for you. Maybe you have a suggestion, maybe not necessarily a question. Given this complexity, and it looks like choosing a life partner where you are going in for it, can a mentor be assigned to a mentee, or should it evolve naturally to avoid all these dynamics that we are seeing now? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much. So this gets a little bit at some of these early points. And so I think this idea of a fitness test, so the first time you meet someone that you're going to enter into a mentee relationship, you cover these subjects. Who are you? What kind of stuff do you like to do? What are your aims? What are your goals of your career? What is the goal of this mentoring relationship? Is it you need help with a specific part of your work that you're the expert in and I'm coming to you for help? Or am I looking for someone to mentor me for the next 5 or 10 years? Those are, again, very different asks. Whether or not you're assigned or you develop organically, I think it's really important to start off with these ideas. What are the expectations? What are yours? What are mine? How am I going to help you? How are you going to help me? What's the IDP? If you get on the same page, whether it's assigned or organic, I think that's fine. I think it's true that fully assigned, situations may have a lower chance of success if they didn't come out of an initial interest that one party had. That doesn't mean they're not going to work, but I do think you need to do the hard work up front that says, is this the right fit? What do you want? What do I want? And in many cases, people have come to me for mentorship, maybe for can you be my primary mentor? And what's happened is I've said, I would love to work with you. I think there are things I can provide, but there's someone who's probably a better fit for you as a full-time mentor. And there's a case of someone here in this room that happened to specifically. I still work with the person carefully, but I'm not the primary mentor because I don't study the same thing that she does. But that fitness test got us there and got us to understand what is my role and what is their role. So I'd worry a little bit less about kind of how that first connection was made and a little bit more about making sure the fit is right. Hope I answered your question. Okay, to finish up, fitness tests, independent development plans, and again, we have examples of those if they're helpful. Openly discuss expectations early and often so everyone's on the same of both the benefits and the challenges of distance mentoring. The fact that we don't necessarily get to spend time together can really be a challenge. And try to be in person when you can, and have a plan for conflict resolution, which I think is one of the, as Jessica mentioned, one of the hardest parts of this business. And as best as possible, be transparent and be open. Recognize yourself, recognize your strengths, recognize your weaknesses. Open communication, I think, really can solve almost all challenges. So I'm going to stop. I'm not going to take questions at the moment because I want to make sure we have time for this entire session. And I'm going to hand it over to Hennington, and I'm going to moderate while he leads. Actually, did you ever get those talks? Is the internet working? Did you get the talks I sent by email? I have your slides too, so I can pull them up here, but if they're on Zoom, it might help with the audience see. Okay. Question? Okay, we'll take a question while we set up the...
Yes, thank you for that beautiful presentation. Mine is about really conflict in the relationship. Number one was, I was thinking about how do you define, the conflict? Should it be an occult conflict, or what about when it's subtle? That's one. Then number two is, what are some of the appropriate tricks to solve or resolve an emerging conflict in a mentorship relationship? Thank you. The first one is about the magnitude of the conflict, because maybe the conflict can be outright occult. It can easily be seen, but sometimes some conflicts are subtle. They are not easy to see. Yeah, so how do you resolve those? And then the next question was, what are some of the tricks in resolving conflicts in a mentorship relationship?
Thank you. Yeah, so I wish there was a trick. I do think that each conflict, I wouldn't say they're all unique, but I think each conflict probably has its own characteristics. They usually come from I honestly think most conflicts come from miscommunication, especially if you started at this place where you started in a good relationship and you have clear goals and things. Most conflict comes from miscommunication, someone not understanding each other. And so I think the best recipe for conflict resolution almost always is to find that safe space, whether it's a planned one or a set meeting, and give each other a chance to hear each other out. What is your perspective on this? What is my perspective on this? How did you think this went? What could I have done differently? Let me tell you how this made me feel when you did this. And do you understand where I'm coming from? And honestly, I think probably 95% of the time, that ability to have that exchange. I'm not saying everyone's going to feel better immediately. The ability to explain how you felt and what happened and why, and to think, then potentially take a break, each think, what can I do better next time? And then come back and say, this is how I learned from that. This is what I'm going to do differently next time. I heard you. I heard what you said. That alone, I think, resolves the vast majority of conflicts. When it doesn't, and it doesn't always, I think it's time to step back and see, okay, is there potentially a third person that we can work with? Are there other resources available to us that we can seek out? There are some extremely difficult conflicts, and when it gets to that point where the personal exchange doesn't solve it, you often do need a third party to help come in and counsel. I mean, David, I hope I get you tell the story you told it publicly the other day, which is that he had such a conflict with his mentor when he was growing to become an independent person that they met with a counselor. And they used the counselor to help resolve their differences and come to the same page. I do think that's an outlier case, and most cases don't come to that, but it does happen. And so I would say give each other a chance to hear each other out. Apologize when you can. And if taking a little bit of time to personally reflect and understand where the other person is coming from and get back together and say what you've learned doesn't solve the problem, I think maybe try to find additional help.
Thanks for bringing it up. I think one thing that hasn't been said that should be said is one of the most difficult areas in the mentor-mentee relationship is transition to independence. because you become very protective over your work and you help your mentee work in your area, and then someday they have to grow up and go off and do their own thing. And with my mentor, he had had several mentees who became independent, and they basically went to war with each other as to who's going to PI the grant, who's going to control the money, who's going to control the papers, and it ended really poorly. And thanks to Andrew's credit, he says, I don't want that to happen again, so I'm hiring a psychotherapist. This is not just a mediator. This is like talking about your dad and your mom and your childhood relationships to try to so I could transition to independence, and Andrew and I could still be friends. But I just want to give you, just highlight that issue, that time to transition to independence is probably one of the most delicate parts of the relationship. I see a lot of nodding here.
Well, yeah, thanks, David. That's a really important point, that transition period. Also, I don't think each of you should be necessarily keeping a psychoanalyst on formulary for these, because it is rare for that to happen. But it's good to know that sometimes if you can't resolve it personally, it's helpful to get a third party. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Hannington. He's going to take it from here. Teach us about providing good feedback.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'm Hannington Gumisriza from the Faculty of Science, and as he has shared a lot, communication and feedback are twins, so they work hand in hand. I won't talk too much about the slides that I have, but I will be drawing most of the examples from MUST in the local setting that may be because I think what happens maybe in the Faculty of Science where I come from happens in other faculties as well, as we have seen that even something that we face here in Uganda are elsewhere. So when it comes to feedback, this is aiming at building a culture of growth, as they have said, until this mentee becomes an independent researcher. And this is important. Why is feedback important? Now I will have some few experiences that I will share, and hopefully because for instance, we have been talking about, there is a question that remains unanswered in my heart, the difference between a mentor and a supervisor. And I think the purpose of this workshop mainly is to make us draw from the supervisory role to the mentorship role and mentor these people until they become independent. There is one time, as Dr. Kasim was asking, that who chooses the mentor and who chooses to be the mentee. And it is indeed a complex thing. And the styles or the forms that Mark has shared, I find them very applicable. But then also when conflicts come, conflicts may come from the mentee or from the mentor. I'll be just sharing some experiences that I've gone through as a person and that I've seen. Like at undergraduate, we had a student we were with in third year and was doing biology, and Professor Kagoro was the supervisor. And this student comes running and is hiding from her. He came to our room. He's like, I've met Professor Kagoro. He wants me to submit my work, but I've done nothing. Then you wonder who, I won't mention the name. That was around 2008. But now he's a grown-up man. I think he's responsible. But he was running away. Now, that is knowing the strength, because he wasn't complaining. He knew his weaknesses, that he had a timeline he was supposed to meet, but he didn't meet that timeline. And so he was running away from the supervisor. The same thing applies to us in the chemistry department. I personally have, I don't know whether she's aware or not, that is Professor Grace Birungi. Please stand up for recognition.
and that has been my supervisor. And inside me, I feel she is my mentor. And most of the students, postgraduate students in our department, prefer working with her. The reason is, if you agree on time and you don't come, it's up to you. It will be tough on you. And we prefer working with her because you know when you're working with her, you will meet timelines whether you want or not. You have to work hard. And sometimes I had to spend sleepless nights to make sure that I'm not at bad terms with her because of that. And to me, that brings more motivation. And because that is one way of giving feedback. And because of that, we keep moving one by one. So, feedback, I think feedback is important because it supports continuous learning and professional growth, strengthens skills, confidence, and self-awareness, prevents small issues from growing up into major problems, as we are seeing in communication. A small problem because of lacking feedback, like the other student who was saying is not getting feedback, and the supervisor is saying has been waiting for feedback. So when there is when there is feedback gap, then a small problem may grow into a big problem. And yesterday I was talking to someone, was telling me how a student was being supervised, and maybe this supervisor, for one reason or the other, calls the student to a different place away from the university. And when this student was coming from meeting the supervisor, meets the head, and the head asks the student, "Where are you coming from?" "I'm coming from meeting the supervisor." And now, because of that, the student got away of reporting as if the supervisor is not serious, and the issue grew big, and they had to change the supervisor. So you may not know why this supervisor had to call the person a little bit at a distance instead of being at the institution. So that feedback gap may cause a small problem becoming a big problem. Then what could be the characteristics of effective feedback? Specific, timely, objective, balanced, and actionable. And I've put some examples. For specific, for ineffective feedback, someone says your paper wasn't good. As we saw where Mark was presenting, and someone was just commenting about the study design, I think. And sometimes the student may not get very well what the person is talking about. But here, if someone can refer to the literature reviews, because how is the paper not good? But this one is referring to the literature review, lacks recent sources from the last 5 years. And that one becomes specific. Timely, giving feedback at the end of the semester, instead of giving it as the presentation maybe takes place. Someone waits at the end of the semester to sum up all the weaknesses or the points of improvement instead of giving them when they are made. Then objective, someone says you are not really trying hard in this course. But then the constructive feedback should be objective, that in a way that, for example, someone says your last 3 assignments were submitted late, which is against time management and so on. Then balanced, it should be balanced. Your thesis draft still needs a lot of work. But now, which a lot of work? This is too broad. I remember one time I met a student who was given his draft report to edit because the supervisor's name was misspelled on the first page. The student was told, "This work is rubbish, go and edit." And this is a student who had spent sleepless nights because the name was misspelled, which happens, which is a mistake, true, but then I don't know whether everything inside was trash. I also met someone, one time I wrote something and someone tells me that since I've not seen one of the authors here it means you have not read enough. And of course, I took it positive, and later I understood that I had not read enough. But at first, of course, it was not good, because I had to give up for some few months. Yeah, because sometimes you don't know what the learner has gone through to reach this far. So if you just say because you have not seen a prominent author in this work, then the work is trash, may not be a constructive one. So also it should be actionable. Then like you need to improve your research skills. Which research skills? So someone here can guide, as we are told, write one sentence each day. So someone is saying start by reading 2 review papers on this topic, then draft 1-page summary by Friday, so we can refine your research questions together. Then this is also about feedback. You are careless. Someone says just you are careless, gives you feedback. I remember one time I had this friend who had a supervisor, and I think it taught me to learn even the cultures, as Dr. Doreen was saying, the cultures of people. This is a person who entered office from a meeting with the files, and then after entering office, leaves the keys in the door. That's when I came to learn that when someone leaves the keys in the door, it means you are not supposed to enter because the person is still going out. So now, this person, after the person leaves the keys in the door, knocks. And this person, I think, was also giving feedback, but to a wrong person, bangs the books on the desk and says, no, 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 and moves around in the office. Don't you say I left the keys in the door? You are not supposed to enter. I'm going back. And then the person was wondering what is going on. I think maybe things didn't go well in the meeting, so was giving feedback, but to a wrong person. So things happen, but I think now, for this supervisor, you may not go back. It would be hard to go back. And that is not here, of course. It is somewhere else. Yeah. It is not here. I had not come here by then. So someone just maybe in the meeting, someone is did not contribute. Then you're asking what's wrong with you without specifying what the problem could be. Here, just these are general things. And then someone keeps wondering, indeed, what's wrong with me? Sometimes these things may lower the person's self-esteem. You always do things wrong. How? So someone, because the presentation wasn't clear or exceeded the time, but then the feedback is you always do things wrong. So the feedback should be specific, as we said. So I hope that one or two of us could have seen this happen, maybe somewhere, not to us, but I hope we can observe. Because of time, I will not ask, but maybe we can think about what is happening between these two people. In my mind, I'm thinking this one is the mentor, and this one is the mentee. And I'm wondering whether things are going on well. It can be the reverse. Yes, Mark?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. It seems the mentor is frustrated, and now the other one is wondering, what did she do? I submit.
Thank you. It can be the reverse, and in this case, it is the mentor wondering what to do, maybe to the mentee.
to the mentors. So usually there may be an agreement or a disagreement, and sometimes a disagreement may not lead to an agreement. It may lead even to rejection. You find the supervisor rejects the mentee, and the mentee also rejects the supervisor, and the relationship can't proceed. You give a new supervisor. So feedback, as you said, is a very important aspect. And if you take it positively, the attitude that we are talking about, positive feedback, if you take it positively, then you will improve your work. If you take it negatively, then you will be discouraged. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I also request for your guidance where you find a mentee is trying to communicate to the mentor or to the supervisor, and I send several emails and the supervisor doesn't respond. You try looking for them, you can't. And situations like publishing, you have to send a manuscript to them. If they do not give it a green light, maybe you cannot move ahead to publish it or to submit it to a journal. How can mentees handle that part? Because if you send more than 3-4 emails, the supervisor may think you're putting them on pressure. They could name you Satan, he's a hard student. So how do we handle that bit? Yes, we are mentees today, tomorrow we are mentors, or we are both. But that is a challenging bit, and that makes students delay on programs, or else get annoyed, they feel as if the journey is not moving. Over to you, Prof.
Thanks. So there's a lot of different themes we just heard. I think the first theme, and maybe this hasn't been said yet, but as a mentor, you shouldn't sabotage the work of your mentee. So I want to make sure everyone takes that message home today. Don't spray chemicals in your mentees' gardens, please. Ever. And then I think you gave also some nice comments about how important it is to be positive. And I think many of Hennington's approaches, if you look through all of those, and we'll share these slides, as Jessica said, think about which ones might work for you. Almost all of them involved providing both constructive and positive feedback alongside some more challenging feedback. And that's because people do good work, and you need to also show that you recognize the good things that they're doing and reinforce those, and also find areas of improvement. But those things can be balanced. And as you say, come at it with an open attitude and make sure people feel comfortable and open to come speak with you. In terms of specific examples of mentoring that's not going well, people not being responsive, et cetera, I think each of those is probably its own case. They probably deserves its own solution. I do think that one of the keys of mentoring in life, perhaps, is when you've experienced something that you didn't like and didn't appreciate, like trying to contact your mentor for 2 months and they never wrote you back, just make sure you don't do it yourself. There is this thing about actually being a parent, about not trying to parent in the ways that you didn't appreciate being parented. The same thing's true for mentoring. So if you had an experience as a mentee that really frustrated you, it's really important for us to be cognizant of that and not repeat the same thing to our mentees. So if someone writes you an email 5 times and you're busy, write them back and tell them, I'm busy this week, I'll get to that next week, or whatever it is. So we don't continuously perpetuate negative behaviors, but we push them away and we exhibit positive behaviors that our mentees will take and carry on. So I don't have an exact solution to that problem, but I think it's important just to learn from the things that we've experienced negatively in the past and not repeat them. Okay, I think if I'm given permission, am I allowed to excuse us for lunch? By the power vested in me? Okay, lunchtime. Thank you all. We'll see you in the after lunch. At what time are people coming back? 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you all. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Okay. Cleophas. So everyone else who's coming in, stand right in the middle here. Everyone else who's coming in, just stand right there. Yes, those who are coming in. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello. Hello. The professors in the corner there. Hello. Okay, I want to call upon Maureen to come this side. Frederick and David to also be right near here, because we are going to take on this together. So, yeah, David, Maureen, either this, you can see this side so that we balance it up. Yeah. So I want to ask the people here to stand up. This and this. Can we just stand up and get in the middle? We've started the session, so just stand and get into the middle area here. No, it is good to exercise. It's good to exercise. So all of us, we're going to be watching. So you can just make maybe a line, sort of, because we don't have enough space. Extend a bit in front so that there's some space behind. Okay, good. Good. Hello, members this side. Reverend, we have started. I may want you to join the line. One of the reverends should join the line. One of the reverends should join the line. One of the reverends should join this line. Yeah, just one of the reverends. Others who have come in, please just join where you are. Okay. We are starting. It's okay, we shall start because we're already time bad. So if you're married, go to the left. You're married, go to the left. It's okay. If you're married, go to the left. Others remain where you are if you're not married. It's okay, sister, I understand. It's okay. Okay. If you're married and you have children, extend a little bit inside. Okay. If you're a head of department, come back. If you are a coordinator or something, also join. Okay. No, it's fine. If you attended a wedding just 2 weeks ago, just attending a wedding, okay, a party, graduation. If you attended a burial recently, you can cross. Okay, that is good. If you have to take your children to school early morning and pick them in the evening, move to the left. Okay, if you are supervising some master's students, move to the extreme right. Which is okay, it is fine. Okay. If you have a paper you're writing, move to the center. You have a research paper you're writing, a manuscript. Okay? If you have classes to teach, move to the extreme left. No, not today, that's the classes that you do teach. Okay. Thank you. You can sit. You can sit. You can sit. So, what we are looking at now is integrating mentorship into our busy past professional lives. Now, you have realized that we have a lot on plate. Burial is pulling us this side. Wedding is pulling us this side. Birthday party is pulling us the other side, etc., 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 etc. So allow me introduce to you Dr. Sarah, who is a senior lecturer at MAST, and her life is exactly looking as what we've just witnessed, and many of us here in this room actually have a similar kind of life. So, she's a full-time lecturer, 12 contact hours, like you have been. She has a part-time job somewhere as a consultant. She has to attend department meetings. She has to mark papers or scripts. She has some research obligations. She has PhD students waiting for her. That is professional life. She has family responsibilities to fulfill. She's a wife to Robert, and she has 3 children. She has an elderly mother who has demands. She has to send money to the siblings back, the culture here. You have to support your sisters, your brothers, and etc. And of course, Robert, the husband, his father, is also visiting in the holiday that is coming up. Now, we have also the community and social commitments. She is an active member at a church or in a mosque. She's a secretary to the OGs Association, like you could be. She's a member of a women's investment club somewhere. And this month she has attended burials, she attended weddings, birthday parties. Next month she has several events that she has to work with. And lastly, what is left to that is her personal time. She has to watch a movie, she has to watch some Arsenal or Man U. There's a friend who wants to visit unannounced, and definitely there are parties not only for her children but also for the neighborhood. Now, what is the dilemma? Monday morning, Dr. Sarah receives 2 requests. A young lecturer in a department asks her to be a mentor, and she really needs guidance towards research. And of course, the dean also says, you are the only person who is able to support this young lady. Please, this is critical for the development of our junior faculty. Now, Dr. Sarah is seated there, thinking at the back of her mind, well, me to mentor, when exactly? I have a barrier to attend in Kabale, I have ABCD, etc. My mother is in the hospital, I have choir practice, I have a wedding committee meeting to attend, and etc., etc., etc. I can barely find time to read anything anymore. How can I possibly add mentorship to this list? So what does Dr. Sarah need to learn as well as us? One of the problems is we think that mentorship is one separate thing that we need to squeeze in an impossible professional life. We have put it separate, and we want to squeeze it in. And we are saying no. Mentorship is not an addition, but it is an integration into. It is intentional. We need to intentionally add it among those so many things we are saying. Wedding, I have to attend. I have to mark. So now this time there's also this other one, I have to mentor. We are becoming intentional and having it on our time. We don't need to find new time. We need to find new ways to use the time we already have. Mentorship isn't about adding hours to your day. It's about adding intention to your hours. So how can you balance the life? I call upon Maureen to get us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fred. We have all witnessed how busy we are, and I would love to say that we are all busy in our capacities, but we can still have room for adding in mentorship. Petero, please. You can bring my slides. Those who came in a bit late, you missed a good scenario whereby so many people are belonging to so many responsibilities. But we have said, since we are already here, we can learn how we can really do mentoring. And my role is to talk about work-life balance strategies. How can we balance what we are doing? First of all, we can define work balance as the ability to manage professional responsibilities, personal life, and well-being in a healthy, sustainable way. We have seen people in their professions, they are lecturers, who have personal responsibilities, they have families, they are married, they have children, and they take on other roles. But how can we balance that life? When professionals are overwhelmed, next slide, next. When professionals are overwhelmed, mentorship becomes difficult. You have a lot on the plate, as the scenario was indicating, but you need to see how you balance. We need to see these mentees also come to success and they become mentors. However, with the right strategies, both the mentors and the mentees can thrive without burnout. Our strategy number one is prioritizing the tasks and also managing the time. What do we mean? So many professionals or professors are very busy out there, and they juggle between multiple tasks. But here is a trick. You just need to see that you prioritize those tasks that are very urgent and very important. Because effective prioritization helps you to identify what must be done now, what can wait, and what can be delegated. And all this is done when you sit as a mentor with your mentee and you help to come up with the IDP. The morning presenters emphasized that. So these IDPs, the individual development plans, help you as a mentor and your mentee to follow that line so that you don't go astray. How does this help? When you have your priorities, it helps you really not to get exhausted, and also it helps you to remain within your time and you don't sacrifice what we call personal time. Being a professional, being a mentor does not mean that your job takes your life away, but it is your job to support your life. You need to have life to go out and have fun with others. So this helps both the mentor and the mentee to stay focused because of the IDPs that you formulate. They help you to stay focused, and also you remain organized. You cannot be jungling from one objective to the third objective before you finish the second objective. And this one will help us to go on to another strategy, which is setting clear boundaries. When we set clear boundaries, this means you have to know that I am very open and clear. This is a discussion between a mentor and a mentee. You know the time when you're going to communicate. You know that you will be always meeting maybe the second Wednesday of the month, and at this time, you also agree on the channels of communication. Because these days, youth are more active on WhatsApp, yet it is not professional. So you need to sit and agree that our communication channel will be an email, and it has not to be midnight or that time because of your detailed professional roles and tasks. So you need to agree. When you set boundaries, it helps you to avoid those mentorship sessions during family time. We have seen married couples facing challenges because of their work. You carry your laptop at home, you have a Zoom meeting at 10, instead of serving your children and your husband, you're busy mentoring others. That is not right. So you need to schedule and set boundaries. At times I tell my students that please don't call me after 5. Because after 5, that is the time I have for my children, pick them from school, home, then other things. Office work stays in office at 5. Then we shall meet another day. You need also to set the fixed office hours or consultation periods. Yes, the time, the day, and all that. That will help you match and you not fight. And you need to learn to say no when you're overwhelmed with work. Most people fear their bosses. They're like, they have added me another activity. You just accept no. You need to learn how to give a polite no when you're overwhelmed, especially when your workload is too much. You can explain. You say, I cannot take on another student for mentorship because I already have 3 in the pipeline. Let them first graduate. But you find a mentor here has like 6 and other people don't have any. And then they keep saying, that one is hardworking. Let us keep adding more. Because he's always available. Please, you need to set boundaries. Then next, you need to learn how to delegate as a mentor. Don't do everything yourself. I think that one was already discussed in the morning hours. You need to learn how to delegate some of this work, even to the real mentee, so that they are able to find out themselves. And when you do this, you help them to build confidence. They know that, yes, this is how it is done, rather than you as a mentor doing everything for these mentees. And also, involve your colleagues. They are there, they can help into mentoring. So when you do this, you're having more time to do other things, and you do meaningful leadership roles, and also it builds the confidence, as I said, and strengthens the team collaboration. It feels so good when you are not around and your student doesn't miss the Viva Voci because you are not there. Why? Because you have teamwork. You delegate someone else to take it on. Next. As a mentor, you need to encourage healthy work habits. And what do we mean? You need to let these people see you by an example. You need to work out, because we want you as our mentor to stay in a healthy mental order. We don't want to see you burning out and you become obese and because you're oversitting, please, you need to go and work out. Go to parties, as they have said, go to gym, go and swim, and try to walk around. Don't oversit. Today somebody taught us in the morning, 1 paragraph a day. So you don't need to write a lot because you're doing PhD, you want to show people that you read a lot, please. You need time out from that chair. And when you practice that, you will really have some mental that is not disorganized. Next, use mentorship as an emotional support. Sometimes we don't only need mentorship in terms of technical skills. We can be a team of mentors for you're skilled in this technical area, and another mentor can be there for emotional support. When you do emotional support, we encourage our mentees to open up. You tell them your challenges that you met and how you really went out of them, and it will really help this person to open up and say, I'm facing this challenge, so how can I go out of it? The sharing will become very easy, and it will reduce the stress. And this creates the safe space for the mentees to express their challenges, and by doing that, you're building trust. Someone will really trust you. Be like, if my mentor did this, was challenged like this, and is now successful, then even me, I can do it. Next, flexible into the scheduling. Much as we have said you need to set boundaries, within those meetings, you can still reschedule. Yes, don't be too rigid, and you say my no is no. Yes, you are the professor, we know, but you need to be flexible at times. Remember, a good mentor has to be a good listener, very understanding, very patient. So mentees pass through a lot. If they tell you, yes, we're supposed to meet on Monday, but I am taking my child for immunization, please understand. You can be flexible enough, and you change to another date, but the communication channel will still remain the same. So when you do this, it will help you to really keep track, because you will remain consistent with your meetings between the mentee and the mentor. It can be via the phone call, or maybe you can invite him or her over a coffee chat, or maybe lunch break like we had, and all that will help you to live a healthy mentor and mentee relationship. Lastly, we need to integrate mentorship into existing work. Instead of having only extra meetings, you call a meeting after meeting, please, you can also use everyday tasks. I think it was Professor who talked about it. It is good to have your mentor within your reach so that you can meet without any disturbances, and especially like now we are here. If I may ask, do we have mentors around? Just by show of hands, mentors? Yes, how about mentees? Let me see the mentees, that's good. So that is what should be done. You come with your mentees in such a workshop so that they can learn something. And by doing that, they will not disturb you a lot, and you also not disturb them, because they know the ethics of mentoring. So there will be no hurdles, and in doing so, you save time. You save time, and this makes mentorship more practical and impactful. Thank you very much for listening to me. Allow me to call Professor David to take us through Working Smart. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind and helpful suggestions. I wish I had that talk when I was starting. I thought about this, and I think I've come up with a few ways to sort of integrate your professional life, your research career, your family, and your exercise social activities, but also keep some boundaries for each. Earlier today, I talked about writing 2 paragraphs, 1 to 2 paragraphs a day, 2 hours. I would write for 2 hours a day between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. And this, I would do it 6 days a week. I wake up at 3:45. It was a bit early, but I'm an early morning person. And those hours were just writing manuscripts or writing grants. Later became editing my mentees' manuscripts and grants, but it was dedicated writing. The reason I stopped at 6 is my wife would wake up about 6, and she would sort of whisper, "I'm awake," and I would have a pot of coffee going. She loves her coffee. And bring up, go get the New York Times on the doorstep. And she would have a half hour, 45 minutes with coffee in the New York Times. And I would just do a little bit of writing still. And then the kids wake up at 6:30 and they need to be woken up, they need to be fed, they need to be dressed, they need to go off to school. And so I had my writing done before anyone in the household was awake. And then could focus on, getting the kids off and on their way. And then you go to work and you see your patients and you do your meetings, you meet with your research team, you do all that stuff, and the day just goes away. But then I would get home by 5:30 or 6, reasonable time, and then I had my evenings free for family. And my writing was done, my project management, my meetings were done, so I had that time free. And I wouldn't say it was perfect, but it was a good compartmentalization such that, okay, this is my writing time, this is my practical family time, this is my fun family time, this is all the other stuff I have to do during the day. Would also integrate family vacations into on either side of a professional event. My family came to Uganda a couple times. We really enjoyed that. Went on safari, did the usual tourist things. I was able to take my family to Europe, adjacent to meetings several times. Kids enjoyed seeing some of Europe. And we have many good, excellent memories of that. The second element is, when I was a medical student and a postdoctoral fellow, I had no idea about the importance of exercise. And then I had this car in San Francisco. I really didn't appreciate exercise, but this car in San Francisco would collect about $500, $600 in traffic tickets or parking tickets each year. Would cost $2,000 a year in car insurance. And we spend a couple $1,000s a year in petrol. So we're talking about $7,000, $8,000 for a car. I could walk to work in 30 minutes from our house. And I realized that if I got rid of the car, I could spend as much money on cabs as I want. I would save money. And so I started walking to work every day. And it was a half-hour walk, half-hour back. I felt happier and healthier, and the exercise made a really big difference. And then when we moved to San Francisco to Boston, I became a bike commuter and had a half-hour bike ride to work every day. Did it year-round, even in the Boston winters. I stopped doing it. I wouldn't do it if there's more than 6 inches of fresh snow on the ground, because I just thought it was too dangerous. But that made me happy, and it made me healthy, and it integrated exercise into my commute. And so rather than spend half hour on the train, I spent a half hour on my bike. People would see me come into the hospital in my winter bike gear, 5 below zero, blowing snow outside, and they'd say, "You're crazy." They see me in the hospital cafeteria. And I'd still do that today, and I'm bike to work. So I integrated exercise as part of my commute to work. Then there's your integrating your mentorship into your research program. When you start to take on mentees, when I took on mentees, my research program really started to evolve around their interests. And you have to sort of defer some ego, and you have to invest in their success rather than your success. But their success actually becomes part of your success as well, because you're helping them with their manuscripts, you're helping them with their grants. Rather than writing everything, you're editing everything, and you're advising. I spend those 2 hours every morning editing their papers, their grants. And your portfolio begins to evolve based on their interests. And it becomes less about your work and more about their work. And actually that became a really productive time. When I had Mark and Lynn and Jessica and others who are not here today, there was 1 year, they were each writing their 4 to 6 papers a year, so was able to publish 47 papers in 1 year. In fact, my division chief had to call me in. He would do the annual review. He said, "Did you really write all those papers?" I said, "No, not really. My mentees wrote them, but I read all of them, and I contributed to them, and I could attest to the validity of them." But it turned out to be a very productive time. So integrating a really great group of young investigators into your research portfolio can make you very productive. And then the last thing I would mention is try to find opportunities to integrate the people you work with professionally into having some fun and social activities. We would often have dinners together. Well, one of the most famous dinners is the MGH Guest House Dinner, which we're having tonight, where we get a chance to be together, just have some laughs, have some giggles, enjoy some good food. And when I was in Boston, we had Global Health Sailing Night every Wednesday. So anyone in the office, I belong to a sailing club, and anyone in the office who wanted to go sailing would just come with me on a Wednesday night. We would go out Boston Harbor, get a sandwich, anchor, enjoy the sunset, and sail back. So we would incorporate fun activities into our work. When I was in Portland, Oregon, as Dean of a School of Public Health, we organized this event called Public Health Portland Style, where we would take a timely topic, like the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, or the issues around homelessness, or the issues around the fentanyl overdose crisis, things that the public was interested in. And we got a giant room, a room like this size, in essentially a pizza parlor. And it was just us. And all the faculty would bring their spouses and their families once a month to hear something interesting about public health, and there would be a sort of a discussion afterwards. We made it sort of festive and fun, and that was a way for people to meet each other's families, and for the families to meet everybody else, and to build a sense of community. So I would look forward to opportunities where you can build that sense of community that might be loosely tied to a topic, but it actually doesn't have to be tied to a topic. It can be just doing something fun where you and your families get together and enjoy each other's company and come to know each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. That's really great. It's really great. Frederick, there is something you have. We are so much on time. I like this. Yeah, we still have 30 minutes, but I know he's going to take us through in a very short time, and very interesting. Yeah, you know, we had integrating mentorship and lifestyle. We had issues of the issues we've talked about, and then we have resources. And then I want to ask, how many of us know how to use the Google Calendar? Now, on part of the working smarter, this is one of them, because each time, like just when we were having lunch, someone told me we have to have a meeting next week on this day. I got my phone, I put it in there. I put several reminders, reminding me 2 days before, 1 hour before, 30 minutes before. I don't have to stress. When 2 days come, I get a reminder, oh, we have a meeting on this day. Do I need to reschedule, or is it still okay? So, and It will remind us. You don't have to, in the old days we used, how many of us have diaries? A diary will not remind you unless you look through it and etc. But the Google Calendar is going to automatically remind you, and you will not miss a meeting with anyone. Yes, please take us through this interesting.
Thank you very much. Just look at that. We are all driving in the mud. Mentor, mentee. They will talk about you. Chijambo is hard. They will talk about you. The student, that one is a problem student. Don't mind. Be focused. Watch your face and move on. Don't start stopping and explain to each and every person. You are not going to succeed. Succeed? Next. That is work-life balance. It demands about your personal life. It prevents burnout. You must balance, otherwise you'll burn out. If you read and read, you might die on arrival and you miss the degree. Balance your work. Proceed. They told me to balance. I'm balancing. Look at that. You need money. You must be healthy. You need life. You have to walk the journey. You need a family, because when you retire, you will go home. If you stay here, I'm working. There is a gentleman here told me I'm working for the future. I told him, you're already in the future. Please, mind your life. Work-life balance. Move on. They told me to summarize. I've talked about this. Look at that one. Interpret in your own way. A mentor and a mentee. What is she doing? Multitasking. She might burn herself. Move on. Look at that candidate. He's soon presenting. What is not happening? Maybe, and there is food there. He's not eating. But you must be healthy. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Move on. A little bit back. A little bit back. The mentor is calling. The mentor is calling. We talked about the target. The food is there and is stressed. Balance your work. Look at that one. Just interpret for yourself. Is giving up? Is relaxing? Or is very tired? Contemplating. Okay? That is work-life balance. And the book is down. Move on. If the other one is contemplating, what about that one? Do you balance your work? Do you balance your life? It will eat you up. Move on. What does it mean? The dean is pressurizing. And the other one is giving you work to read. You are saying, I'm giving up. But you have a glass. Is it a glass? What is that one? Mug. No? It's not drinking. Move on. You can see the same thing. Please. What does it mean? Yeah? What are they doing? Are they not studying? Are they not working? Yeah? They balance their boat. Okay? So, move on. What does it mean? Work-life balance may help you to inspire, to prioritize life. You need life, work. You need your family, health, and you have to be happy. Some people are no PhD and they are lugubrious. They don't want to talk as if that is the end. Don't get annoyed. Because whenever you get annoyed, your reasoning capacity dwindles. Just cool down and things will move on. Just prioritize. Move on. Those are the key. They have talked about it. Put them in your mind. Time management. Do you mind time? Do you manage it? Do you utilize it? Or you are managing it? Stress management. How do you manage stress? Stress dies with time. Some of you don't know. Stress dies with time. When my father died, I couldn't even talk. But these days I can go there and step on it. Say, Daddy, I wish you the best. So, stress dies with time. Don't go to these counselors. They are going to eat your money for nothing. Managing change. We live in a changing society. We live in a changing society, and you have to change. Otherwise, if you don't change, it will change you. Managing technology. Manage technology, please. I remember in 1995, we bought these phones. Ericsson 686 with an aerial. I remember from Celtel, we bought it 1.6 million. I sold it 20,000 on credit. Just 1 year. So don't die with technology. Keep moving, otherwise you'll be stressed that you are going to lose money, okay? Managing leisure. How do you manage leisure? Seeing football? For me, I manage leisure by driving. I said, I normally call that my leisure. I take a whole day driving from Bara to Kampala, making stopovers several times. How do you manage leisure? I'm killing stress, okay? Move on. We have talked about that. Move on. I want to summarize because they told me to summarize. This one you can read on your own, so long as, of course, that is work-life integration, multitasking. You must integrate your life, your work, okay? Career growth. Some people don't know what they want, and they are here. You don't know what you want, but you should know what you want. You should know your target, okay? I see people saying, I'm building, and it's posho and beans. What if you die before the house is complete? Because they don't know what they want. Prioritize, plan. That is work-life balance. You want to be skeletal because you are building? Please. Okay? Move on. How to achieve work-life balance? Do you at times sit down, pause, and evaluate yourself? I told the people, when my retirement comes, I'm not going to stay here. I'm now telling you, when it clocks 65, I will be driving to Kampala. That time I will come with a pickup. Not a saloon, it is there, waiting. I don't need to hire. No, Why should I hire? I prepared for everything, okay? Pause and evaluate yourself. Take time to understand how various parts of your life are impacting on another. Do you do that? Or you simply hear work-life balance? I've been here 20 years. Some people come to the university when the Inochi Jambo is there in the faculty. I think I've done an impact. Move on. Okay, continue. Assess priorities. Maureen talked about that. Prioritize. This is work-life balance. I remember when I had just come here, there was a lady called Sarah. Sarah? She was going for Sarah. I've forgotten the other name. No. She's a Chinakole girl. She was going for a wedding and had a lecture. And Amompaire was our coordinator. I said, now what can I do? Assess your priorities. I didn't go. I apologized. What do you do as a mentor? Whenever they call you, you go. As a fresher, prioritize. Manage your time. That one, I'm not going to talk about it. Move on. Normally, is it going to come? Or it has refused? Look at that. Thank you. Others are watching. The so-called friends as you mentor. The mentor is killing the mentee. The so-called friends are watching at a distance. We told you. And he's in the final stages of his PhD. He's being pulled down. Okay? He attended the Viva. They are telling him there is no problem. Keep struggling. Don't lose hope. Because when you lose hope, you will be hopeless. Struggle. Yes, that is the Viva. It is not something easy. They are pulling you down. Seriously. People have started leaving the room. Don't lose hope. Of course, God will come your way. The royal ones will stay for a moment. As they grill you down, they will also walk away. And you remain alone. Sooner or later, people will come on their way. The dean will come in. That's why we have deans. You will be injured, fractured, but finally you have completed. Succeed, work hard, be smarter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Angela, please. We have saved quite a lot of time. If there are some few interactions, they can come in. Additions from the members, please, you can raise them up, and as we wait for the village team to get on board.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Dr. Chijambo. Who else was on tension when the... Before I even finished the question, Dr. Godfrey was there. Who was on tension to see the mentor get there? What is the moral of the story? That at the end of the day, you succeed. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, do we have questions for this team that has presented from lunch to now? Do we have any questions, any clarifications, comments? We're following, I've always communicated that I'm the communicator. I've never introduced my team, the communication crew. Please stand up for recognition. The communication crew. Yes. We are on Twitter. We are ranking number 15 in the country right now with the Mentors Workshop. Let's see how it goes by the end. So follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. We are live there. So let's keep moving. Questions are welcome. Or, you know, I'm told that you didn't take a bit of wine at lunchtime. So let's stand up a little bit as the village is getting ready. The PowerPoint presentation, let's get ready. Stand up like you had chicken. Yes. I've done this before, but for Professor David Brandsburg, we're doing it again, yeah? So just get a leaflet, a paper, please. Get a paper. Yes, get a paper, get a pen. A free paper, clear paper, yes, thank you. And then put it at the back of your neck. Put the paper at the back of the neck. Now face your neighbor. Face your neighbor, face your neighbor. If you have to, you can look at me. Okay, now can you draw the face of the neighbor, draw the circle. Draw the circle, draw the face. Put the eyes, okay, put the eyes, ladies and gentlemen. If they have hair like Jessica's, draw the hair. If they have hair like mine, if they have glasses, put the glasses. Put the ears. Put the ears. Yes. Professor, who are you drawing? Put the eyes. Put the nose. You're drawing the face of the neighbor. Okay? Put the glasses if they are putting on glasses. Dr. Peter odds you're not drawing nobody. Can you show your neighbor how they look like today afternoon? Yes. At least everyone today is going back with a photo. Everyone is going back with a photo today. Everyone will go back with a photo today. Okay, let's take our seats. Please keep that in your album. The Mentors Workshop is really on time, and I appreciate that. We're getting ready with the village team. When they say village, what comes to your mind when they say village? My niece is 3 years, and I told her I stay in Barra. She said, is it a village? I said, no. So you're a villager? I'm like, no, I'm not a villager, Abigail. So, the village, please take the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're still getting our slides ready. So I may take this opportunity. Do you need another minute or two? Okay. Okay, while we get the final touches on the slides, I will say one final word about work-life balance. As much as I have benefited over the years from David's advice, I will say that getting up in the 4 in the morning I find crazy, especially if you are the primary caregiver of children. As a mother of 3, I have many other things that I am doing besides writing that 1 paragraph a day, but you can do it. I just think there are better times perhaps in the day depending on what other things you have to do. And personally find getting that idea of getting up at 4 in the morning pretty stressful. So please don't take away that feeling from his advice. I think it is really good advice, but there is some flexibility that I think really helps us maintain that work-life balance. So it doesn't have to be on that exact schedule if you have other responsibilities. But I think trying to find the efficient moments in your day when you can wall yourself off from the other responsibilities is probably the way to go. Are we ready? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Please, can you start from the first? Okay, it's fine. I will just go back. Oh. Can you just help me move the slides then? This is the last slide, so we need to go back to the first one. Yeah, that's the first. Hi, everyone. I already met a few persons yesterday. I'm Robert. I am technology lead for the village. Some of you might also know me as someone who works for Epicenter. I head the IT and data unit of Epicenter. So I work with Jessica, whom everyone here knows, and Professor Yap Boom. Some of you might know him because he worked here in Barara for about 4 or 5 years, about a decade ago. So I'm going to talk to you about the village, and hopefully by the end of the presentation we'll be able to integrate all of the things we've learned since morning with a digital platform. The whole idea of the village is to see how we can put the strategies for mentorship, for mentors and mentees, into practice using a digital platform. So what is the village? Next slide, please. The village is basically an AI-powered platform for global mentorship and collaboration. We're going to be stressing a lot on mentorship today, but the village does a lot more than mentorship. But the key or the prime objective is, of course, mentorship. Our underlying principle is Ubuntu. I am because you are. So the whole point is trying to get people to help each other, mentors and mentees, trainers with their students, funders, collaborators, and what have you. Next slide, please. So the village is kind of structured in 2 layers. On the first layer, you have what we call the global village. And that is where any individual, all of you here, anyone, anywhere in the world, can sign up, register, join the village, and join all the programs that we are going to be organizing at a global scale. By programs, I mean mentorship programs, fellowship programs, workshops, and all of that. So if you as an individual, you can join the village, and you'll be able to benefit from all of the activities that are organized there. But then there's a second layer, which is what we call communities or spaces, community spaces, like the Must community, which are simply sub-villages that exist within the village. They can do everything that the village does, but just restricted to the level of that community or that group. So sub-villages can be, institutions, organizations, thematic groups, and what have you. So for the Must mentorship program, which is the focus today, we're going to look at, Must is going to create, or we're going to create a community for Must within the village, and then all of you are going to join that community within the village, and then Must will run mentorship programs within that community, and you will all be invited to join as mentors or mentees, and the village would accompany you throughout your mentorship journeys. Slide, please. So in general, who can own a space within the village? It can be anyone. I mean, not individuals. It needs to be organizations, institutions, universities, NGOs, research groups, advocacy groups, or any thematic community. It can be any group of persons that wants to organize trainings or try to do some mentorship programs, things of the sort. They can request us and we would set up a space for them. Spaces, as I've said, which are communities, can run programs, events, discussions, and have some sort of a resource library so they can store and organize resources and share resources amongst themselves. The focus for today is going to be programs. Programs, an example is the mentorship program. We use the word program just to be generic, but focus is really mentorship. They're just a way to grow in a structured manner, just a structured growth pathways. They could be mentorship, fellowship, training, and programs. As you see, the asterisks show what is still coming. Only mentorship is fully functional. So as must, the village, we're going to create the space, and then once we create it, we'll go back, we take a back seat, and we support. And must is going to have one or several persons that are going to be administering that space. So they will be the ones creating and running their programs, their events, managing membership. They decide who can be a member of the must community or not, and what role they play, mentor, mentee. They are the ones that are going to be also managing the mentorship pairing. By managing mentorship pairing, I mean they are the ones that are going to tell the village or the platform what criteria to use to match mentors and mentees and things like that. They are also going to be able to manually assign or manually pair mentors and mentees. Of course, mentors and mentees are also going to be able to, for mentors, pick mentees, and for mentees, request for mentors. Slide, please. Then we have, within the platform, at the beginning I said it was AI managed or AI-based platform. So the AI within the village, we've baptized it the village chief. We're talking about a village, and we know that villages have chiefs. So the AI of the village is called the chief. And what the chief will do is support you throughout your journey in the village. The village would help with smart matching, like matching mentors and mentees, at least suggesting doable pairs. The village would help with your journey customization. If you say you want to achieve a certain goal, the village can help, the village chief would help you create some sort of a roadmap to help you achieve that goal. The activities you need to do, the kind of meetings you should organize, the kinds of resources you should read, and all that. So the village chief helps you with all of that. Contextual guidance as well. If you set up a meeting and you set up clear objectives for that meeting, the village chief can help you suggest an agenda for that meeting. If you have to talk with your mentee or your mentor and you don't know how to go about it, the village chief can help you with conversation starters. He can help you with resource recommendations, or you can just ask questions about your journey, like how far am I now? How well am I doing? What should I do next? You know, what activities are pending? You know, what am I running behind? And things like that. And the village chief would be will help you address those. Then the village chief also supports with progress monitoring, which is very, very important. So it gives you not just how far you're going, but how well you're doing. So you have both progress and performance indicators. It helps you celebrate, you know, quick wins, milestones, suggest course corrections, you know, and this one we're still working on. It's coming soon. I actually heard a lot about that today, work-life balance and all that. We're going to be working on some model to estimate workload for a mentor and be able to say if they are still in capacity to take on more mentees or not. So that's going to come. So that's how you can use the village for your mentorship. Now, let's see how it would actually work for mentors and mentees. So what happens is you start by joining the village. Of course, you sign up to the village, or if you were invited by someone, you know, because a space administrator for must, if they have your email address, they can just invite you. You receive a link, you accept the invitation, you join, then you join the must space. That's specifically for the case of the people in this room. You join the must space. You can also search through the existing communities within the village, and if there are any ones that match with your personal aspirations and leanings, you can request to join those ones as well. If they are public, you can join them. If you are private, you need to request, and then if you accept that, you join. Then once you've joined the space, you will be able to see all the programs that that space organizes or that space is running. So for the MUST space, you would see the MUST mentorship program. Right now, we've not created the program yet because it's at the end of this workshop that we're getting enough information that is what we're going to use to properly set up the program in the right way. So, but for now, you're going to be able to join the space, and then once the program is created, you would be invited either as mentors or mentees. So, when the program is created, you're either invited or you request to join, and then the space, this MUST space admin, if you're invited and you accept, you become automatically part of the program. But if you just go yourself and you request to join, then the MUST space admin has to accept, because it's not an open, it's for the MUST community, so anyone from outside will not be able to. So it's someone who has to validate that, yeah, you're part of this program now. Then you get notified about your acceptance, and you either find or you get assigned a mentor-mentee. You know, it's very straightforward. Like, you join, you sign up to the village, you join the space, you get invited to the program, or you join the program, once accepted, you get mentors, mentees, either assigned, or if you have the possibility to pick, you pick. Then once that happens, you start your journey. So you start engaging with your mentor, engaging with your mentee, setting up meetings, and all of that. Next slide, please. So once you've been matched with a mentor, or once you've gotten a mentor in the village, what tools does the village provide to you to accompany you through that mentorship journey? The first tool that the village provides is structure. So the village will help you to create phases. You can say you're doing, you start with, I don't know, you're building your individual development plan. So you start as the first phase. You create it in your structure as this is stage 1. Another stage, you break it down into smaller activities. You know, this is what I want to do. You put deadlines and all of that. And you create another stage. After you do that, you go to another one. You put the activities you want to do, all of that. So the village provides you the tools to actually structure your mentorship journey in that way. The village also provides you tools to set up meetings, so you can organize regular repeating meetings, like every 2 weeks with your mentor or whatever. You can do your small to-do list, and you have a lot of other things. But let's just take a small step back to look at when you have a mentorship program, the way we look at it within the platform is the program can either be time-bound or open-ended. If it's time-bound, it means, let's say for instance, that the MUST community has this open mentorship. I heard today that mentorship can be lifelong. It can take you from now till never ends. That is the strategic, that's the most common form of mentorship. But there are others where, like MUST can say, we have a cohort of, postgraduate students in computer science or biomedical engineering or something, and we want to mentor them in some particular thing, or we want to build their skills in something. So you create that cohort for 6 months, or you create a cohort for 1 year, or whatever. So you can have more time-bound mentorship programs like that, or you have open-ended mentorship programs. If they are time-bound, then they are like one-phased. They have just a single phase, and it's what we call the intensive phase. That's when the mentor is supposed to be engaging intensively with the mentee, giving assignments, giving them things to read, resources to engage with, asking them to create connections with, something, telling them, make sure that before we meet next week, you have joined a certain working group and you've, done something, or asking them to, more active engagements with the mentee. So that is such closed or time-bound mentorship programs are mostly active. Now the open mentorship program, they would go through what we've tried to group them into 3 phases. They go through the intensive phase where the mentor is actively helping the mentee to realize a goal, write a paper, build capacity in a particular domain, or improve their scores in school, or whatever. Once they go through that phase, irrespective of how long it takes, they move to the maintenance phase. Maintenance phase is when the mentor is no longer actively helping the mentee realize specific objectives, but the mentee still needs the mentor. They still come to the mentor for advice. Like, you're still in that active mentor-mentee relationship, but it's no longer very intensive. It's not like the mentor has specific goals to reach, to achieve, and the mentee has specific goals to achieve, and the mentor is helping them achieve those. So this is more ad hoc, advice and phase. Then after that, you go to the collaborative. I think when every mentor will agree that you hope that your mentee will at least get to your level at some point, or why not be better than you? So at some point, you become peers, like, you're just collaborators. So you start working on projects together, collaborating on projects together, but it's still that lifelong relationship that goes on. So the village will provide you with tools depending on the phase in which you are in your mentorship journey with your mentor or with your mentee. And I know the question that you might have is, how do you determine when you move from this to this? It's mentor-mentee, you determine it between the two of you. Like, you shift from this to this or this to this. You tell the village, this is where we think we are now. Eventually, we'll be able to use the village chief to say, we think that, based on what we've been observing, you're at this phase now, so, we are going to avail you with different tools to help you, make the most of that phase and all that. But for now, it's mentor-mentee that would determine it. Other tools that you would get from the village is automated reminders, check-ins, would see in 2 slides from now. Progress monitoring, journey visualization, quick wins. So you have all of this to help motivate you and to help you see the impact of the relationship, or how you're achieving the set goals. The village also provides you with collaboration tools. There's a shared workspace between the mentor-mentee. In platform messaging, you have a calendar with certain parts that are shared with the mentee or with the mentor. You have shared notes, so you can just do your mind mapping or your thinking. You can put your notes there, you keep them for yourself, or you share with your mentor or with the mentee. That's all up to you. There's resource management, so there is resource management at the level of the community, but then there's also a resource library that is specific to the mentor-mentee. So the mentor can put a lot of, anything they need to share with you. It can be papers, it can be links to some video, whatever. They just put all of that and you're able to access it. Then you also have the AI chatbot that you can interact with. You can ask questions about mentorship. You can ask questions about the mentorship journey. And you can also ask support questions about how to use the platform, the village in general. Yeah, so now that was, like, generally speaking, what the village provides to you. Now, on a day-to-day basis, how will you use the village? The first thing, as we said, structure. So you can create new activities, group them into stages or phases or whatever. Assignment for your mentee or a reading for the mentor and all that. You can set up meetings, you can create reminders. You can actually perform the work, do the work. If you create an activity, then you actually do it. You can interact with the village chief to help you as you go. But most importantly, and this is how you actually create a trail of what you've been working on in the journey, the village provides you check-ins. So you can check in on an activity. A check-in can be, you come, these are the check-ins, you can change the status. Maybe you've started or it's ongoing or whatever. You can update your deadlines. If you think that you're not going to meet up with the deadlines of an activity, you can add a resource to an activity. You can assign a priority to an activity. You can provide instructions or context, or whatever. Give feedback. Approve, validate, completion. And you see here, it's not all actions are available there are some that are only for the mentor and some that are only for the mentee. You can add notes. You can add notes to a particular activity. You can ask a question or clarification, submit work, flag a difficulty, request extension, reopen a task if it was already closed, archive it and so on. So you can do a lot of things, and we encourage you to really engage and check in from time to time because it helps you to visualize how well you're doing. It helps you stay in track, and it gives the village chief enough context to be able to guide you or to support you in the best way possible. The village will also provide you with, I talked about the shared notes. You can write, organize, share your notes, visualize your progress, engage with the village chief, engage with resource library, and celebrate quick wins. So this is what, on a daily basis, once you've started your journey with your mentor, when you come back to the village, I don't know whatever frequency you come back, daily, weekly, this is the kind of things you'll be doing, putting a check-in, writing a note, or what any other thing that you intend to do. Now, why the village? I think this is, it's always good to do a little bit of marketing if we are not marketers. Without the village, mentorship happens over emails, and it becomes very, very complicated to follow through with all the email threads and all that. There is no structure or no accountability. The reminders, you have to set them up yourself. If you forget to set up a reminder, then you completely get lost with your activities. You don't have visibility of your progress. Because you're not able to quantify how much you're doing, it's clear that you're going to take on so much. It leads to burnout. You generally would be missing milestones and your wins. With the village, we're centralizing all of that and organizing it. We're providing you with structure. We're going to automate the reminders, and the village chief is going to give you nudges every now and then to tell you, you should be doing this. We think that you should not just on the things you have planned to do, but on new things, the village chief thinks you should also do based on your journey up to that particular moment. You have real-time progress tracking. You have smart workload management. This one, as I said, is still going to come. And the village chief or the village would help you to celebrate your milestones. Slide, please. So I put this just to show you who the villagers are, who the primary villagers are. And you would see Yap, Jessica, myself, William, Tracy, who should be somewhere in the room. You have Fred, and you have a lot of people here, and we can count, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 that are all ex-students of MUST, and they're the ones building the platform. So the village is a pure product of MUST. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
So as you're thinking of your questions, I just have a few points I wanted to emphasize. So I hope that at the end of today, and for those of you who were with us for part of yesterday, almost all of what we've been talking about, we're trying to include here in the village. As we all go to workshops like this, and I think this has been an incredible opportunity for all of us to learn about mentorship, how to think about mentorship, what we should do as mentors, what we should do as mentees, and then we go back to our regular lives. and so much that we could potentially retain is lost because we don't really have that structure or that welcomed accountability to maintain the enthusiasm, to maintain the ideas. Everything that we've talked about today, and again, for some of us from yesterday, can be worked on within the village. And it's not by accident. So a lot of the principles that we've been talking about today really are underlying the mentorship journey. So I hope that the continuity that can be seen through the village is apparent to you, because it's very intentional to make all the structure, all of the activities, all of the perspectives that we've talked about are included in the way the village was developed. What else did I want to tell you? I think also what I hope Robert made clear to you is that this sub-village for Must, this is being launched as we go, starting from today. So we are going to ask you all to sign up. Has everyone had a chance to take a look at this QR code? Because we need your profiles to then work with Dr. Adakunda, who will be, I think, closing us for the day. But she and others at Must are going to organize this sub-village, this Must community for you, with you. So we need your participation. And over the next days and weeks to come, you will be getting more information on how you are matched, whether you're a mentor, mentee, or both. You can be in multiple relationships, but everything that is in the overall village will be available to you and tailored to your needs based on what you've been telling us over the last day and a half. So we will start by the signups, and then you will get more information in the next week or two as to how this is going to work for the Must community. I think that's all I wanted to add.
Thanks, Jessica. If there are questions, we can respond to them. Yeah, there's a question.
Thank you very much for the insightful talk about the village. I have about 2 questions. One is, what does it take for me to join the village? What are the logistical requirements? Are there any charges involved? 2 is about the mentorship models that it utilizes. Is it peer mentorship? Is it one-to-one or group mentorship? Thank you.
The village is completely free, at least for individuals. So you can join, there's no charge to pay, there's no, you don't get any, you don't have to, pay us or anything. You don't have to pay the village. It's free. There's no monetary engagement. The second question, I think right now we're doing one-to-one. We're doing one-to-many. And maybe I take a step back. I said earlier that the village is a lot more than mentorship. It's also collaborations in general. So you have, if you join the village and you don't join a space, so you don't join a community, you don't join a mentorship program, you will still be able to get connections with people like you get on LinkedIn or other platforms. So you'll still be able to get the village chief suggest people that are similar to you or that have similar interests, similar expertise and things like that to you. So you can still connect with them and engage on a collaboration journey that's peer-to-peer. You see, so you can, it doesn't have to be a mentorship relationship. You can be a peer-to-peer collaboration journey. And the same for the mentorship journey. You remember I presented it in 3 phases. There's the intensive phase, there's the maintenance phase, and then there's the collaboration phase. Once, nothing stops the mentor-mentee pair, once they engage in a mentor-mentee relationship and they're going through those phases, to also engage in a collaboration phase of collaboration journey together. So they can, first they would be matched as mentor-mentee within that program, but within the village, they can connect as just connections within the village, and they have they can also proceed with a peer-to-peer relationship, like working together on writing a paper or writing a grant together or something like that. So the village allows for that. Now, within the mentorship program, when we are creating it, when we setting up a journey, we clearly indicate if we're going to allow for one-to-one mentorship programs, one-to-many, so one mentor for several mentees, or many-to-many, you can actually have group mentorships like that. So the village supports all of those.
Yeah, just to add a little more to that. So the reason we're making it free for individuals is because the whole point is to help each other. You know, Robert mentioned the Ubuntu philosophy that underlies what we're trying to do. We all come to the village to give or to receive or both. We do have a business plan, but we don't have to worry about that as individuals. So we really want everyone to get as much as they can out of the village, and so we will not charge individuals to participate. And then if you want more relationships that are peer-to-peer or things that are not as we initially designed for the Musk community, let Esther and others know what you're looking for, because we can customize, we can grow together. And I think once the platform is fully up and running for the community, we can make those adjustments over time. You can always do it again, as Robert said, with the global community, just like you would through LinkedIn or other platforms. But we really want this to work for you. And the more we know about what you want and how you want to use it, the more we can do that. Other questions?
Yes. Mine, I really wanted some clarity on the relationship between the village and the communities. Because my understanding is that first there's a village, and within that village there are communities. And such a community is going to be the must community. So I wanted to understand how does one navigate between the two? Because then shall we first belong to the village and then go to the community? And then when you're in the community, when do you go back to the village? And vice versa. Yeah, thank you.
That's a very good question. So yes, when you open the village, the first thing you see when you sign up, you'd see it. You have an overall or an overview dashboard that gives you your complete overview of your, I don't want to say your life, but your life within the village. So you would see if you belong to 50 spaces, you would see all of them. If you belong to 50 programs, you would see them, you would see the ones, there's a sort. Maybe the ones that have pending tasks or tasks that you have to be engaging with. You would see everything on that dashboard. So you have an overview. It's like a village square where you get to, and then you can go from there to any other community. So once you've finished with this community, you come back to the village square, and then you move into the next one. If you finish from there, you come back to the village square, and there's always that button there where you can just click back to go back to that village square, and then you go to the next community or to the next program. But yeah, it's quite navigable, and I think we would really appreciate your feedback too as you're using it. That is a place where you can just click and give feedback. If you think that there could be a shortcut from one community to the next without going back to the village square, you can just put it there and say, why not create this? And we would happily review it and integrate it. Thank you.
So this is not a very sophisticated drawing, but what sorry, it's blinding. What I drew here is the global village. So if, say we have 10,000 people who are active in the village, they would join this global village here. So you could talk to me in Boston, you could talk to somebody here in Uganda, you could talk to someone in Nepal. Anybody could join the global village, and you can connect and do whatever you like together. So that part is a little less structured. There's just a lot of resources that are available to anyone who wants to join. We then have many of these community spaces or sub-villages, like sub-village A, sub-village B, and then the sub-village here, which is for the Musk community. So this one is kind of walled off in a way. It's a separate compound within the village. And so the must activities are for people who are associated with must. And this is what we are customizing and tailoring for your needs based on what you tell us. I think many people have filled out the needs assessments that are on the tables. If you haven't done so, please leave your comments. I see a few extra copies so that we can customize this for you. But as Robert was saying, you can be in this community, this space. You can also be in this space. Maybe you want to join this one. You can ask to join that one. Where we're giving people options for independent use of the overall platform, as well as focused, tailored community spaces for specific programs like what we're doing here. And even within that specific program, there may be multiple different options, like working for toward a master's degree, working toward a PhD. That might be a slightly different structure than somebody who's just looking for some peer guidance or something that's a little bit more focused on career development. All those roles we talked about this morning can be included in whatever you would like to have for the must village. Does that answer the question? That good? Okay, I'm seeing some nodding. What other questions do people have? Oh, okay. Where is it? This one? Okay, from John. Okay, who's a biomedical graduate from Must. We have a saying in our local language that a tree can only be bent once it's young. Most people talking here are focusing on PhDs and masters. This leaves out undergraduates who are more confused and need to be guided on the path compared to other levels. As an undergraduate, I was interested in medical imaging, but I lacked guidance to pursue this. My mentor was always busy, etc., and ended up not following his dream. Just wanted some clarification on the plan for undergraduates. Do you want to take that?
Yeah, maybe I can give a very mechanical answer and then Jessica will give a more precise answer. So the mechanical answer I can give is that the village is 18 plus. So as long as you're 18 years and above, you can join the village. So undergraduate, postgraduate, it doesn't matter. So the village does not have that limitation. Now it depends on the community or the space and the program and how it's organized. For instance, within MUST. Maybe, Jessica, you can.
So I think there's no reason we cannot build something within this community for undergraduates. So I don't know if the appropriate people are here, but if you are in charge of undergraduates within your department or within the university, we can certainly create the opportunity for undergraduates to identify mentors and for the mentors to work with their undergraduate students. We have been mentioning master's and PhD a lot, but there's no reason we cannot do that for undergraduates as long as the administrative structures within MUST are set up for us to include. So again, this can be tailored in any way that you like, because it's very sad to miss out on your dreams. And the entire inspiration behind the village is for everybody to be able to achieve their dreams, regardless of where they are, what resources they have. But by working together, again with that Ubuntu philosophy, I think we can help more people realize their dreams by making those connections that may not otherwise happen. So please do join. Tell us what you're looking for. I think there's a comment section. Yeah, so you can leave comments on the platform, and we can try to work together as we, again, tailor and customize the community space for MUST. Other questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just wondering, when I join the village, do I find different communities and I choose a community that I would like to join? Because I don't know whether it is kind of systematic to find that there are different communities, and I'm like, wow, I want to join this, maybe depending on my interest. Is it how it is organized?
Yes, that's exactly how it's organized. So you would see, you would be able to see all the communities that are within the village, but you also be able to see the ones that the village chief is suggesting as the ones that match your profile whatever information you give in your profile. So Village Chief will suggest some, but you'll be able to browse through and just look at the different communities. Communities can be private or public. If they are private, of course, you cannot join. You have to be invited. If they are public, you just have to join and you join the community. So it's very easy. It's very straightforward. Yeah, we can maybe try to go through a sign up. Yeah, together. I don't know if, since we have someone who is manning the computer, you can try to sign up and we all go through it.
Some people are getting stuck. It's not shifting just because of one reason. Check up the alert that comes, says the password is incorrect. So the password must have a capital letter, small letters, a number, and an alphanumeric character. That's the standard for passwords internationally. So for security reasons, you can't bypass that part before you have a password that has a structure like that.
Thank you.
It must have a capital letter in, a small letter, number, and it shouldn't be less than 8 characters. So we are developing standard tools. At least my neighbor is successful. When she got that error and we revised, she was able to sign in.
So if you haven't taken a shot of the QR code, do that now, because we are going to take it down to do a walkthrough through the website. Would you mind moving the camera, because people can't see? Yeah, thank you. Okay, does anyone else still need the QR code? Okay, are you ready? So you can go ahead and stop this. I think it's still projecting. So you can go to the sign up. Has everyone seen this screen?
Yeah.
Do you want to walk them through?
So you can go ahead and start the sign up process. Yeah, you put your, right now we only have individual accounts, so that's fine. You can put, type in your first and last names. Oh, you already signed up, so you have to use a different email because you cannot sign up with the same email. Do you have a second email? Okay. You can just note it so that we can delete the account afterwards so that you don't have several accounts in. You know. So make sure that your password is strong enough. Maybe you just put something that is. You accept the terms and conditions, and then you start the sign-up process. So you should receive an email with a link that would help you continue the sign-up process.
And while he's checking the link, for those of you who are online, please do sign up as well.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry for putting you on the spot, Peter.
Who is having challenges? Please put up your hand so that we get to you.
Yeah, if you're having challenges, you put up your hand. And yeah, I can come over.
People online, please try and sign up. And sign up is voluntary, please. Are we all signed in? We have distributed a post-test assessment tool. Please fill it up and guide us on what we were able to cover, how you feel about, the content that we covered, so that we can improve next time. Dr. Kagwa? Dr. Kagwa?
So he's going to activate his account now and start the remainder of the sign up. Yeah, you click on it. And then it takes you through a sign up onboarding form where we ask for your interest, areas of expertise, skills, and all that. Just getting to know you better so that we can better match you with mentors and mentees later on. Maybe it's not, I don't know, but I can put the link on your browser. If you give me, I can put the link. Did you click on the link? Oh, the internet is, yeah. Internet is. That should not happen. Yeah. Let me put it for you. It's going to come. I think there's an internet issue. It's okay, it's loading for you. Yeah. Or your link has expired, you can resend it. No, you have to resend. There was a link there to, if you click, go back to that page. You know, this, yeah, this one, yeah. Click on resend code. Yeah, now you go back to the email and you will get a new code. You get a new link. It says here that you received a new email. Just click on show. This one is 0 minutes, so scroll down. So it's going to be, try to click on the 3 dots. Yeah, that's the new one. Oh, it looks like you received another one. Oh, I saw another one coming. I don't know why it's... Yeah. Oh. Why is it expiring all of your links? Yeah, I should know. This is from 8 minutes ago. This one won't work. Oh, sorry. Looks like the sign up didn't work well for you. Put your last name. Let's see if you would accept the terms. Oh, the account already exists. Generally, it might have accepted your, let's see if you try to sign up. But then we would not have been able to show the users what we wanted to show. Yeah, it's going to take some time to load and update your information.
Can we wrap this up?
Yeah. So if you're trying, we can move around and try to help you sign up as much as possible. But yeah, we can wrap up. It's fine. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, members. Thank you that you're still able to pull up and pull through until now. This week we have been blessed to work with very generous and seasoned mentors that not only mentor, but mentor with grace. Can we pick up and listen as we wrap up this and then we continue with a sign up, because we need to get out of here. As organizing team for this mentorship workshop, we are happy that you continue to avail your time unreservedly, and that the seed which we have watered over time, or which you have received today, will slowly sprout. I hope that is what we are targeting. You have been here with us since yesterday and shared with us. We have shared with you the journeys. Our mentors have been able to engage us and share their journeys and stimulated us to think about effective monitoring, but also remind us about our own journeys and where we need to be. Above all, they have reminded us of our role in mentoring and not only remaining in our comfort of our current supervisory roles. I want to challenge us today to keep the fire burning. Everybody of us to keep the fire burning. Whatever you've learned here, whatever we have experienced here, keep it growing, keep it sprouting, keep it watered, keep watering it, and keep the fire burning. And to sustain this journey of mentorship beyond the workshop, as mass community, we have to focus on the important things currently. We must focus on making sure that this mentorship program is institutionalized, and we must strive to formalize mentorship at MUST. We have already proposed a robust mentoring framework and program for MUST and presented it to top management, and we hope it will be adopted very quickly and supported to empower, but also help the community to grow. But also, as baby steps, we need to recognize that us even being here in this room at this time is a very big step in the right direction. We are yearning to mentor, we're yearning to be mentored, and this is a very good beginning to a long journey, but which we hope will be very fruitful. I want us to think beyond the workshop and engage continuously and intentionally, but also actively develop not only the capacity, but also a culture of mentoring at MUST. As we thrive on our daily activities, as we work, as we look forward to the next day or the next year, we must cultivate a culture of mentoring in MUST. We have been mentored, we need to mentor others. And we have been given the tools, we have been given the wings. We need to continue this culture of mentorship at MUST. But above all, as an institution, it's a call on us to prioritize mentorship and growth of everyone at MUST. We grow together, we cry together, and we win together. How do we move from here beyond the workshop? As I've already alluded, we need to establish and build formal relationships with clear plans and expectations. We have been told this throughout this workshop. We have been given tools on how to navigate that, but also establish mutual expectations. Clearly define what is expected from both your mentors and mentees regarding communication, time commitments, work, and all other aspects. And we move through with clear expectations and clear plans. But also we need to regularly visit goals. As we leave this workshop, can we touch base occasionally, regularly, to make sure that we are moving together in the right direction? But also, we ought to provide and seek constructive, honest, and objective feedback that helps each other to grow. you can't lose, you will not lose your thought if you pull a colleague along, reach out to a colleague and, culminate or, try to resolve, a certain challenge or reach out to, share knowledge, skill, or, support them through, this journey. It's not a lonely journey, but it can be really lonely if you do not have a community to support you along. Let's maintain an open communication to ensure continuous growth and development as a community. And we want to focus on growth and development as a community, as an emphasis, not as an individual, not as a department, but as community. Let's identify growth opportunities as an institution that will challenge but also instruct us, while also increasing our professional networks and collaborations to grow. What do we need to commit to as an institution, as an individual who has been able to come here and attend this workshop? We need to learn to communicate or communicate consistently with an open mind. Don't just wait for formal meetings like these. We can create, teas, meetup, teas. We don't have a cafeteria, I'm aware about that. But we can, gather up, call up, and we have informal meetings, catch up, touch base, and see how we are moving and how we are progressing as a team, but also as a community. We need to take responsibility for our roles in mentorship and be accountable. We need to show up for our mentees. I think Mr. Ogwang, Dr. Ogwang already alluded, and we emphasized on that one. Show up. Let's take stock of our growth. On a monthly basis, how much have you been able to grow? Have you been able to put a step forward? Are you still stagnating? Why are you stagnating? What are the reasons? What are the challenges? Let's have an open discussion, and you never know where your help will come from. And above all, let's not take mentorship as a chore. I was sharing with a few of the colleagues here. The moment we start taking mentorship as a chore, as an activity, you feel it heavy and a burden upon you. So let's take it as a responsibility, a voluntary responsibility that connects us to very many, people, and that has both mentee and mentor benefits. That way you feel fulfilled and will develop each other as a community. We need to also engage and actively and intentionally engage our institutions for support through rewards, through funding. Simon here, you're a retired general, but a Mustasa representative, chairman who retired, but I think you still have your roots up there. I didn't see the Mustasa chair today. And many other, groups of us that are champions, that advocate, for welfare and, staff development. But chart up other innovations, innovative mechanisms of rewarding and encouraging active growth in our university. As we go out today, I want to thank everybody who has been able to come through and participate in this workshop. Let's pledge, above all, to work together, to build together, and reach the top together. It's very important. Even if you reach there alone, it's lonely up there. Let's grow together and reach the top together. But above all, let's strive to share the joys, the dumps, the aspirations, the challenges and successes of mentorship in an open space. I think Jessica has been able to provide us with a good rubric and, a space where we can grow, where we can access, resources that we previously did not have at MAST. Lastly, the MAST leadership has committed to support this program journey as we presented it, as we navigate these baby steps. And they have committed to provide the startup structures to support the young colleagues through this journey, through seed grants, provision of space, mentorship clinics. They might not be able to provide all the cafeteria spaces that we need, but these are baby steps, and they are committed to providing these facilities to start us up. And incorporating, above all, a wellness center to not only bring together staff, but also provide a safe and common space to meet in the new proposed building. Let's remind them at every opportunity that we get. Let's poke them up remind them, make them uncomfortable. Let's drum up and keep them moving and deliver on that promise so that in future or in the days to come, in the years to come, we can come back here and celebrate those steps that we have made in the right direction. We hope that they will also commit to role modeling, because as they are in top management, we anticipate them to role model, I think, the way we have learned today. You can only promote mentorship when your leaders are modeling that exact path for which they are championing, and show us the way how this can be done feasibly, but also be available, provide constructive feedback, be encouragers, and lobby for better infrastructure and support, and definitely showing up for colleagues. The village has provided a good rubric, as I noted earlier, to connect, to engage, and provide the much needed resource that we previously did not have at MAST. And to support this MAST mentorship program, we therefore call on you to show up, sign up, and do the work. Do not only sign up, but do the work. Which work? I think now that you have signed up, you're officially a mentor or a mentee. So do the work. I thank you all. Thank you. Please fill up our post workshop assessment. Tell us what you need to see in the next workshop, how often, and all that. Will be great. We'll be happy to get your feedback. Thank you. Dr. Kagwa? Or should I invite Dr. Chijambu to wrap this up, to close us? Because the VC is a few minutes away. Is she here? So Dr. Chijambu should be ready in case the VC is not yet here. She set off from Kampala at 2 p.m., so she might delay a bit.
Thank you very much. I'm privileged to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Distinguished facilitators, participants, organizers, and the guests. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here today and contributing to the success of this workshop. We have had an enriching and engaging time filled with insights and discussions, hands-on discussions, and valuable learning experience. You have really done a good job. To facilitators, your expertise, dedication, and engaging methods have been a cornerstone for this workshop. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and guiding us through such a productive and enlightening section. Your efforts have made a lasting impact on all of us all. Participants, your active involvement, enthusiasm, and willingness to learn have made this workshop a success. Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation, for bringing your unique perspective and contributing to the very vibrant discussion and collaborative atmosphere. Your engagement has truly enriched our experience. You have indeed contributed to our wealth and added value. The organizers, your hard work, your planning, seamless execution has ensured us that everything moved on very well. Thank you very much. To our sponsors and partners, your support, your generosity have been instrumental in making this workshop possible. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for your valuable contribution. As we conclude, let us reflect on the knowledge and skills we have gained today. May this workshop serve as a catalyst for further growth, innovation, and collaboration. Let us take the insights we have gathered and apply them to our respective fields, projects, continuing to learn and improvement. I encourage all of us here to continue connecting with the village so that we support each other in our professional journeys. The relationship, the networks we have built here are valuable and can lead us to future collaboration and success. Thank you once again for your participation and support. We look forward to seeing you in future so many times. Thank you very much. By those few remarks, I declare this workshop closed. On behalf of the VC, thank you.
You see the problem of ending workshops on time, people don't have where to go. We thank you for keeping time, and let us meet tomorrow at the PhD Symposium at Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. Please come support a PhD student. Come give them those very good comments, encouraging, and mentor them, and make sure that they reach a certain level that will also build another generation for the next generation. We thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Las Vegas, and blessings to you all.